Hello! Hello. Hi. It's good to see you all. I'm back. For those of you who missed me yesterday, or the day before that, we didn't do the Minecraft self-care stream. I know, what a shame. It will come back. I'm just taking some time to rethink it. It's kind of relevant to what I wanted this channel to be about, but at the same time, I don't know if it's really the way I want to do things. I'm thinking about maybe moving it to Mondays, maybe late Mondays, Monday nights. We're not sure. Other bit of channel news. I am planning to start posting the VODs on YouTube, so prepare for some company. I'm thinking some people might see it on YouTube, come over here. If more people show up on YouTube, I might try just streaming on YouTube, but I don't know how that works. So for now, this is how it's going to be. I also looked into that 1080p thing that some people were having a problem with. Turns out, until I am an affiliate, which means I need 50 followers. Until then, I just can't get there. So I need you guys to help me out with that thing over there. Put a little goal up, follower goal. If we reach 50 followers, this can start streaming on phones. Sorry. I've been thinking about other ways to do it, but unfortunately, this is just the only way. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I've been thinking about doing the more edited versions of these videos, shorten them down a little bit. I might do that. But to be honest, there's not a lot of motivation in it until I get some more viewers in here. So if you guys want to see those videos, those edited versions of those videos, I am still working on them. But to be honest, I think we're just going to work on the ones that start now moving forward. And the Minecraft ones. But the Minecraft ones I have a special plan for. Anyways, moving on. We're going to be talking today about everything. Because the world is broken and everything is on fire. Sorry, I gotta get some snacks from here. So, in starting news, we're gonna check up on one of my favorite videos of all time. Now, again, I will probably get copyright for this, but it's worth it. Oh yeah, this thing is stuff.
Will you help me repair my gate? Will you help me repair my door?
So for those of you who don't know, I'm just going to pause it real quick. This is Afro Man, known for such hits as Lemon Pound Cake and Because I Got High, which I can't see here, but if you haven't heard either of those songs, great songs. Kind of fit that Bob Marley reggae rap kind of deal. There is more rap than reggae, but it's a nice vibe. The reason I am bringing this up again is because it has just recently become relevant again. So, let's take a look.
Did you find what you was looking for? Will you help me repair my gate and door?
Sorry guys, I'm pumping myself up. We gotta get into the mood.
Would you like a slice of lemon pound cake? You
Pound
can
cake.
take as much as you wanna take. There must be a big mistake.
Ah.
Would you like to pound cake.
So again, I don't want to get copyright strike. That's what I am pausing this for. But if you guys want to listen to the song, this is Afro Man's "Will You Help Me Repair My Door." He's also got another song here that we might check out after this. It's called "Pound Cake." But anyways, essentially what happened was Afro Man was he's gonna explain it in the video, but at a certain point, he was targeted by the police department. Maybe not exactly by the police department. Somebody could have doxed him, but the point is that a warrant was put out. His house was raided. Things were broken. Some rules may or may not have been violated. Boundaries definitely were. And when the police department would respond, he put out this music video. And it's a bop.
The warrant said narcotics and kidnapping.
The warrant said narcotics and kidnapping.
Are you kidding?
Again, you guys should listen to the actual song. I don't want to get copyright strike. That's why I kind of keep cutting this up.
The warrant say narcotics? Well, I know narcotics, but
Why kidnapping? Like, actually, though, like, why kidnapping? He's like a famous rapper. He makes his money from rap. Why would he risk that? Like, he makes bank rapping, all right? He's a good rapper. He's got 682,000 subs here on YouTube.
Ask you something, officer. Any kidnapping victims inside my seat pockets?
All right, this part, I get. They're looking for drugs.
Kidnapping victims inside my suit pockets?
Definitely not kidnapping victims at this point.
You crooked cops need to stop it. There are no kidnapping victims in my suit pockets. Let me ask you another question.
So what I want you guys to look out for is any faces that you can spot. Any identifiable people, okay?
Is there 1,000 pounds of weed in my suit pockets?
I think I could theoretically bump up the quality on this. Oh, it goes all the way up to 1080p. Right.
Is there 1,000 pounds of weed
Yeah, but the camera's still not good enough. See, like, we can't see that badge number or anything.
in my suit pockets? You crooked cops need to stop it. There's not 1,000,000 pounds of weed in my
There's a good twist to this, by the way.
pockets.
He didn't put it in the video.
Let me ask
I'll
you
give it to you
something
guys.
else. Any kidnapping victims inside my CDs? Any kidnapping victims inside my CDs? The Adams County Sheriff Department, you can get these. There are no kidnapping victims in my CDs. How many pounds of weed are inside my CDs?
Just keeps going.
How many pounds of weed are inside my CDs? Adams County Sheriff, you can get these. How many pounds of weed did you find in my CDs? Why are you stealing my money?
My money? What?
Why are you stealing my money?
Oh!
You represent the law, and it's funny.
Alright, see, you can kind of make out a face there. I can see that. But at least he's not the one stealing my
Legal work hard every day.
legal work hard every day. And then he's going to say pay taxes. Money. Money. That's his money. That's his literally, that's his money.
Pay
What's that in the bank?
taxes, money.
God.
The sheriff disconnected my cameras.
Sketchiest part of this whole thing.
The sheriff disconnected
Like,
my cameras.
actually, though, literally, like, weird as.
The sheriff should be locked up.
I don't know if this is like actual proper procedures, but like, oh my god.
Sheriff Department disconnected my cameras. Did you have to traumatize my kids?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's the cops. That's what they do. Oh boy.
Did you have to traumatize my kids?
I mean, the worst part is it's like the standard procedure. That's what they're trained to do.
My kids.
All right, I bumped out of the 1080p, but I still can't make out anything.
Pay me for doing me wrong.
I mean, that face you can kind of make out, I guess.
Will you pay me for doing me wrong? Will you pay me for doing me wrong? Or will I have to get paid from this song? Hey, you think they gonna buy this, man?
Anyways, sucks. Shitty situation. Afro Man said he went through all the legal channels before putting this out. He had a whole interview thing. Police raid. Blah 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 blah. He thinks police wanted to kill him by accident while raiding his house. Again, we don't know that. But there was a lot of yeah, so anyways, he's been coming at them for months with this shit. Hey, Vice covered it about 2 weeks ago. That's great. I covered it like 2 months ago. But that's great. That's great that Vice covered it 2 weeks ago. Anyways, Afro Man, you know, came out with Why You Disconnected My Video Camera 4 months ago. Then actually came out with this 2 months ago. And about 5 months ago, he came out with this other one about Why You Disconnected My Cameras. He's been talking about this for a while. After all of this went down, just recently, Afro Man has been sued by. It's not going to show up on here. That's fine. That's okay. No. Oh, here it is. Is this guy going to talk about it?
What happened? Well, these delicate little deputies are suing Afro Man for the
I've never seen this channel before, but Guitar Means Science seems to be the only one talking about this. Okay, I'll cover it since I don't want Guitar Means Science to be the guy. I mean, I don't have anything against you guys, but like, come on. So, anyways, AP News, the Associated Press came out with this. Rap artist Afro Man sued by the officers who raided his home. So apparently 7 law enforcement officers have sued rap artist Afro Man, saying that he improperly used footage from the police raid on his Ohio home last year in his music videos. Video, mind you, that is on his cameras in his property that he used during his time. Okay? 4 deputies, 2 sergeants, and a detective with the Adams County Sheriff's Office about the suit. Claiming invasion of privacy. Apparently their privacy has been invaded by the video of them invading his privacy. The plaintiff said the rapper, whose real name is Joseph Foreman. Oh, come on, don't call him out like that. It's Afro Man. I've never read his real name before. This is my first time. Took footage of their faces obtained during the August 2022 raid and used it in his music videos and social media posts without their consent. They say that has caused them emotional distress, embarrassment, ridicule, loss of reputation, and humiliation. So I think one of the videos they might have been talking about might not be specifically that one. It could have been something else, right? It could have been one where he posted it on TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, whatever. Although I'm pretty sure it has to do with the music video. The plaintiffs are seeking all of his profits from it That includes proceeds from the songs, music videos, and live event tickets, as well as the promotion of Foreman's Afro Man brand that literally has nothing to do with this, under which he sells beer, marijuana, t-shirts, and other merchandise. So basically, they want to come in here, they want to say anything you sold, anything you did, anything that even was tied to this indirectly, we want all the money. They're literally targeting him. This is literally police targeting a successful black man and tearing him down for literally being a successful black man. The suit names Foreman, his recruiting firm, and a Texas-based media distribution company as defendants. Law enforcement officers were acting on a warrant that stated probable cause existed that drugs and drug paraphernalia would be found. Yeah, okay. And that trafficking and kidnapping had taken place there. Those suspicions turned out to be unfounded, though, and the raid failed to turn up probable criminal evidence. No charges were ever filed. When cash seized during the raid was returned to Foreman, it appeared that hundreds of dollars were missing. Again, you see that in the video. A subsequent review by the State Bureau of Criminal Investigation determined that deputies had miscounted. Yeah, that's what it's called. That's what it's called when they grab money and slip it into their pockets. It's called miscounting. They miscounted the amount seized during the raid itself. Foreman is best known for his songs Because I Got High, Crazy Rap, yep. On his album The Good Times, he's known for his political activism and announced last December he plans to run for president. I didn't know that. That's something. But putting aside the, Afroman should countersue for the undeniable damage that this had on my client's family, career, and property. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Here, can we see that? Can we see that Instagram post? God damn. Anyways, if there was ever a time, this is a successful black man being targeted for being a successful black man. Essentially, a racist judge signed a fictitious false warrant, lying on the warrant, accusing me of kidnapping and drug trafficking. Again, they did not find any kidnapping, any drugs, or any drug paraphernalia, which is very surprising, Afro Man. Very surprising. But hey, it is what it is. Not the kidnapping part. I'm shocked that they even assumed that he would be kidnapping. But again, Tate did it, but that's different because he was actually trafficking people while, not really doing anything else with his life other than spouting random, misogynistic shit online. So, back to Afro Man. No kidnapping. No probable cause for kidnapping. And now on top of that, they came after him for drug paraphernalia, drug trafficking, kidnapping, human trafficking, and guess what? Found none of it. And then he caught them stealing his money, and they had the balls to tell him that they miscounted it. Christ. The warrant put the Adams County Sheriff in a position and attempt to kill me. After the Adams County Sheriff burglarized, vandalized, and destroyed my property. Oh yeah, we saw that. It's all clear on the tape. They became thieves and stole my money. These are not police, these are criminals. Hey, look at that. After they stole my money, they became criminals. After they became criminals, they lost their right of privacy. Which is literally what they said to him. They said, because we assume that you are kidnapping, drug trafficking, all that shit, we're going to violate your privacy by breaking into your home and going through your things. All of your property. And so now he's saying they lost that right of privacy when they stole from him. Which they did. And then tried to pass off as miscounting. My house is my property. My video camera films everything on my property. Which is, again, the cameras are his property, the films are his property, the property is his property. As they begin stealing my money, disconnecting and destroying his video camera system, yeah, they became my property. Criminals caught in the act of vandalizing and stealing money. Literally, let me put it this way. This is the same as people coming to rob you at your store and then saying that you can't use the security footage and post it anywhere because that's a violation of their privacy. That makes them feel bad. They came in, they broke his things, they stole his money. They tried not to give him all the money back, too. When they said that the difference was a miscounting. This is nuts. I used it to identify criminals who broke into my house, stole my money, and disconnected my home security system. Literally what they are. I used my footage of my property to raise money to pay for the damages they'd done and to identify the criminals operating inside of the sheriff department that stole my money, ransacked my house. Oh, you didn't spell that right. That's okay. And disconnected my video cameras. Not knowing who the criminals were operating in the Adams County Sheriff Department, I gave them humorous nicknames. Again, he didn't name them. He just gave them whatever nickname he could think of. I'm a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen who is violated by criminals camouflaged by law enforcement. I use my property, my video footage, to make up for damages and to make the public aware of criminals disguised as law enforcement stealing money and disconnecting cameras. And now a statement from my attorney, Anna Castellini. And now a statement from my... We are waiting for public records requests from Adams County we still have not received. We are planning to countersue for the unlawful raid. Again, literally completely baseless. Like, the only reason why you could even say narcotics, and he even said, like, I get narcotics. But, like, the only reason you could say narcotics is because his song is literally Because I Got High. That's his most famous song. And Because I Got High came out, like, 20 years ago. Hold on. Now I'm kind of curious. When did Because I Got High come out? Thank you. 2000. Over 20 years ago. Thank you, Google. Wikipedia. Whichever one you want to know. Anyways, the point is, Because I Got High came out 23 years ago. Jesus. Ooh. But he's basically getting attacked for a song. I mean, let's put it this way. I know his whole brand is kind of around this song. So, like, whatever. But the point is that because of his media persona, the persona that he puts out, they basically came at him and said, he's a drug trafficker. He's a drug dealer. He doesn't just use, he deals. And if you go there, you'll find evidence of it. And guess what? They didn't. Surprisingly, again, Afro Man, kind of strange that they didn't, but hey, they didn't find anything, right? And then, after that, they went through his stuff, which again makes sense, it's part of the investigation, but then they stole his money on camera and then tried to destroy the evidence. Like, when can I like this? Is this my... Oh no, I'm not doing that right now. I do have an Instagram, I'm just not logged in here, and I'm not doing that right now. Not on stream. But the point is, this is insane. This is like an actual ridiculous injustice. What is this? This is the judge that signed the kid. Oh, that's hilarious. And see, that's fine. You do that. That's cool. Let's see. What did he say about him? That greenlighted the criminals operating inside of it to attempt to kill me in front of my kids. Ooh, steal my money, disconnect my cameras, then sue me for humiliating them by being peaceful, positive, being a sport, and writing comical songs about the people who came to kill me in front of my children. This judge that tried to have me killed in front of my kids, he's really honing in on that. Because, again, to Afro Man, he's like, this was a personal attempt on my life. Which, again, how would you feel if the cops just came into your house accusing you of being a drug-dealing kidnapper and then, you know, basically tried their best to go through all of your belongings and then stole from you and destroyed your cameras? Like, you know, I don't know what to do about this. And by the way, let's not pretend that this is not a hit order. People get killed in raids all the time. That's literally the whole Breonna Taylor thing. This judge that tried to have me killed in front of my kids is suing me because when I post a picture of him next to Droopy, it humiliates him. I mean, this judge is clearly working on the premise of juxtaposition. He knows what juxtaposition means, and he's using it very cleverly. He's saying that when I am juxtaposed, SAT word, next to a Droopy figure, it seems as if you are comparing me to a droopy picture. Why would you do such a thing when clearly Peter Griffin is a better example from Family Guy? Don't believe me? Peter Griffin. Ta-da! Tell me that that is not this. Right? Come on. We all see it. We all know it. It's fine. He can't take the ridicule he's getting from the pictures I post of him next to Droopy. This picture of him next to Droopy is giving him a loss of reputation. Yeah, it's this, not the weird ass warrant that they put out. This judge wants me to stop posting pictures of him next to Droopy. Judge Roy Droopy Gabbert sent a hit squad to my house to kill me. Yeah, he's gonna keep going with those. But I can't post a picture of him next to Droopy. Yeah, that's bad. That's real bad. This is the real crime here. There's shirts coming. Are there shirts coming? What? Well, now I gotta know. But see what I'm saying? Like, it's his whole persona is about weed. So I get why they would try to get him on drug trafficking. Where's the merch? Where's the merch? Oh my god! It is with Peter Griffin. Lemon pound cake. Bum, bum, bum. It's Officer Pound Cake. That's wonderful. He's got all the because I got high stuff. There's a lemon pound cake hoodie. Oh, it's sold out. Never mind. That's funny. That's real funny. So far he's only got the t-shirt, which I'm assuming is of that old guy that was just kind of like staring down his lemon pound cake. So, what have we learned? We learned that in America, it is a problem if you are not successful enough, because then you are too poor to defend yourself. It is also a problem when you are too successful, because then police will come up with ways to justify a hit squad coming to your house. Now, I don't know the details. I don't know how this is going to go. But yeah, it's a little ridiculous and it's a little hilarious to have basically all these people just kind of I don't know. I don't know what to call that. Like, how do you sue for a violation of privacy after you yourself violated that person's privacy? Like, how do you get there? You know, how do you do that mental gymnastics to be like, well, technically, my privacy was the one that was violated because I was just doing my job. You see, my job is to take people's money and put it in my pocket. And it's my job to destroy the cameras that are showing me doing that. And it's also my job to sue because I was personally hurt by the video footage of me committing crimes on the job. I think I put it perfectly earlier. They committed a crime. He put the video of that crime online. You know what? Just as an example, give me a second. I'm going to try something. See how it goes. Give me a moment. Warning, jump scares. I don't know what's on this video, but I found one that's called the 6 most disturbing things caught on home security camera footage. Looks like all these people are going to get sued for violation of privacy.
In 2015, a couple in San Jose, California were the victims of a home invasion. Intruders were never identified. The police recommended the two invest in some home security cameras to protect against future break-ins. And so the couple did. They set up a total of 6 different cameras around their house. Then, on May 8th of that same year,
Bum,
these
bum,
cameras would capture a
bum.
second break-in.
Bum, bum,
Two men wearing
bum.
black clothes climb a fence into the backyard, where they're shown finding an unlocked sliding glass door. They walk inside and immediately go into the kitchen. One of them is seen disconnecting a phone setting on the counter. They proceed to search the kitchen, opening different cabinets and drawers. From this, they find kitchen knives, which they take with them to arm themselves. Caught on a different camera, they're next seen running upstairs, kitchen knives in hand.
Oh no.
As they're searching the rooms upstairs, one of the men comes across a locked door. It was the door to the master bedroom. He puts his ear to the door and hears a baby crying. Inside the room was a family friend named Rosie and the two homeowners' child. Rosie was babysitting for them when the intruders entered the home. Hearing the crying, the man alerted.
What a violation of privacy, having this footage up online so that people can see it. What a violation of privacy to have these people that broke into their home and are now going through their things and committing crimes in their property online. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if you have to sue Afro Man, we have to sue all these people for violation of privacy. Because what a shame it is to have my face connected to my body doing my crimes. Like, here's the thing: if this was a deep fake video, this was like a slanderous deep fake video where, like, you know, they somehow put the sheriff's face on this like body as it committed the crimes, yeah, I'd say you could totally sue for that. That's like actual defamation. That could ruin your career. That could, yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Deep fake porn, same thing. Ruins your career, you whatever, sue the fuck out of those people. Putting a video from your cameras that was on your property of people breaking into your property is not a violation of privacy. You should not have an expectation of privacy when you are in someone else's home, in their property, right? Like, that's why we asked police to start wearing body cameras. We said you shouldn't have an expectation of privacy while you're on the job, right? I'm assuming they didn't have any, or they're just choosing not to release any because, again, doesn't look very good. But you don't have an expectation of privacy when you are on someone else's property, especially when they haven't, specifically told you to expect privacy, which I doubt Afro Man had a chance to tell them. Like, just putting this out there, normally people would let you know, hey, we have some cameras around the house. They're there to help us feel safe. I'm not sure Afro Man had the chance to have that conversation with the police officers as they were breaking down his door, breaking his gate. Having any of that doesn't really matter, right? So he didn't have a chance to give them a warning about the invasion of privacy, right? They shouldn't expect privacy because, again, they're not in a place where they should be expecting privacy. And the footage is his, the cameras are his, the property's his. The crimes were committed to him, not to them. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with this. I want to see how this plays out in court. But I wanted to give you guys a little update because I know we talked about this before. Anyways, we're going to move forward. We're going to move on. Let's see. We've got so much to talk about. There's France, trans, Dominoes, TikTok, everything. I think the next thing we'll talk about. I don't know. I got to think about it. What is a good transition from crimes, criminals, privacy? TikTok it is.
People were inside.
Oh God. No. I don't want to hear that. Anyways, we're going to go to TikTok. TikTok CEO. Boom. So they pulled out the TikTok CEO. I don't know where this guy was. Nobody's heard of him. He just literally popped out of nowhere. All right. This TikTok CEO definitely planted. All right. I don't want to throw that out there. I don't want to say that he's, definitely a plant, but he's definitely a plant. You know it. I know it. We all know it. This is like the perfect CEO. Who knows where he came from? But let's see how things went. So, for those of you who haven't been catching up, recently there's been a bit of a conflict between the U.S. and China. We don't like their stuff. They don't like the fact that we don't like their stuff. And thus it keeps going. We've been hyper aggressive. And China has basically just responded. But I think it's about time we check out these videos. So let's see what's going on. The latest victim in our trade war with China, TikTok. Now, I'm not going to get into the fact that TikTok is social media. No, you know what? I'll get into it all. So, TikTok, essentially a social media platform, is made to absorb your information and then essentially sell that information. When a product is free, you are the product. Okay, so when it comes to TikTok, if you use TikTok, if you have TikTok on your phone, you like TikTok, whatever, I have a TikTok. I haven't been posting on it, but again, like our update said in the beginning of this, I will start posting more. But for those of you who have a TikTok, the expectation of privacy is not there. Okay, you have signed away that expectation of privacy. You decided that you wanted TikTok to have access to your information so that it could send you cat videos, incel videos, whatever it is you're into. I don't know. It hyper focuses on an algorithm, and TikTok is known for being more and more algorithmic based and less human intervention, which some people have said is good, some people have said is bad. The positives to having algorithmic based, hold on, this is gonna be wash. Just benefits to having algorithm based ways of doing this is that if you have an algorithm that lets you know what's happening, what's going on, you can just automatically send people. You can just throw them into whatever, echo chamber you want. And, maybe you'll see who they follow, who their friends are, blah, 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 blah. And as you do that, you start recommending more and more things. The idea is that the algorithm eventually gets to know you so well that you don't even have to go looking for stuff. It'll just bring that stuff right to your face. Some people say that a more human approach makes it so that these things don't skew towards the extreme. Sometimes you can end up spiraling into a rabbit hole, kind of like we talk about on my self-care stream, where we talk about how spiraling is really just caused by inaction. But the point is here that when you start spiraling on social media, it becomes something where you're looking at maybe some kind of, I don't know what the fuck is on TikTok. E-girls on TikTok? Cool. So there's like an e-girl or something on TikTok, and she is posting a bunch of stuff, blah, blah, blah. You like all her stuff. Then suddenly you get recommended another e-girl, another e-girl, another e-girl, and then suddenly your stream is just e-girls. Now, maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. Like, whatever, you're into e-girls, you do you. But when it starts being like hateful, like rhetoric, Nazi stuff, all that stuff, you will keep spiraling. And it will come to a point where at a certain point, your feed is just misogynistic, alpha male, white supremacist, kind of racist, trashy bullshit. And it will just spiral. And you will just keep finding that. So the point here is that when it's algorithmic, when it's an algorithmic based thing, TikTok will essentially force you into those spirals, and then there will be almost no way out. Okay, you'll have to search and claw your way out. But all the stuff you want is so easily available to you that you will basically lose the ability to see anything else, right? To absorb any other kind of content. So when you add a human component to it, they can intervene at a certain point and say, all right, well, we still need some randomness. They need to still receive this, that. The algorithm can offer you a bit of randomness, but it's not going to counteract it the way the human can, because again, the algorithm is designed to do what it's designed to do. So TikTok very algorithm based. All right, very much focused on sending you down any kind of rabbit hole you like, not just hateful ones, but the dangerous ones are the hateful ones. Now, the real problem here is to do that, the algorithm needs your information. It needs to know what you like, how much of it you like, when to push you notifications, when to stop. Sometimes it asks for more. To make an account, you need, I think, at least an email. Definitely need a password. Maybe that password's something you use all over the place. Maybe it's not. Sometimes you turn on location for some of the filters. All this stuff starts clicking together. Nowadays, phones can start making formulas just by taking pictures of you, pretty much. And so it can start recognizing, like, how dark's your skin? How light's your skin? Are you this ethnicity? Are you that ethnicity? Are you this gender? Are you that gender? Do you stand? Do you crouch? What do you do? Like, are you handicapped? Or are you not? So all these things start making a profile that they themselves are storing, right? And then using to push recommendations. I'm not saying they're analyzing all your pictures, but again, they then pass that data on to people that want to purchase it. This is just standard social media stuff. They all take your data and then they sell it to somebody who wants to sell you something. Right? And they say that they do that by pushing ads. They basically say, like, hey, I'll give you males from 25 to 35 that are interested in Legos and Star Wars. Boom, done. I can get you females ages 16 to 30, all interested in makeup products that make them look like different kinds of birds. Why not? But the point is, that's what they sell. They sell you, your information. Now, TikTok CEO has been brought here to basically get asked the question, if TikTok is Chinese, is our data basically being fed to the Chinese government? Again, data that we are volunteering to them. We did not stop ourselves from doing it at all. We are literally handing it over. But let's see how this is going.
Input, help, or instruction for your testimony today.
Congressman, this is a very high-profile hearing. My phone is full of well wishes. But I prepared for this hearing with my team here in DC.
Are you willing to share who helped prepare you for this hearing with the committee? And you can do that.
I can follow up with you if you like.
Can you guarantee that no one at ByteDance had a role in preparing you for today's hearing?
Like I said, Congressman, this is a high-profile hearing. A lot of people around the world were sending me wishes and unsolicited advice, but I prepared for this hearing with my team here in DC.
ByteDance, for those of you who don't know, is the company that owns TikTok. So what he's saying is, did ByteDance do anything to you, essentially?
Are the attorneys
influence you?
Representing TikTok also representing ByteDance?
Yes, I believe so.
What percentage of TikTok revenue does ByteDance retain? Just give me a ballpark estimate if you don't precisely know.
Congressman, like I said, as a private company, we are not prepared to disclose our financials in public today.
But can we ask you to get back to us with a ballpark? We're not asking for the precise figures, but so the committee can have some understanding of the percentage of TikTok revenue that ByteDance retains.
I understand the question. Respectfully, as a private company, we are not disclosing our financials today.
Prior to today's hearing, did anyone affiliate?
And so see, that's the legal, they plead the fifth. I'm not going to tell you how much ByteDance gets from our company.
With the Chinese Communist Party discuss this hearing with you or anyone else on TikTok senior management?
Congressman, since I've been CEO of this company, I have not had any discussions with Chinese government officials.
So what about the Chinese Communist Party itself? Have any of those officials discussed this with you?
Like I said, I have not had any discussion with Chinese government officials.
So again, he's saying I haven't talked to the government at all. Which,
don't know the
Seems
political
kinda
affiliation of
meh.
everybody I speak to, so I can't verify the statement.
Oh, but that's a good point. He's like, I don't know. I don't know who's communist and who's not. I bet most of the people I talk to are probably on the Chinese Communist Party, but I don't ask them and they don't tell me. Makes sense. Can we get like a summary? Can we get like you know what? I'll just keep finding this stuff.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Only if the user turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the.
So if I have
question.
TikTok app on my phone and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network, does TikTok access that network?
It will have
So what he's asking is, can you guys hack my home Wi-Fi using your TikTok?
to access the network to get connections to the internet, if that's the question.
Is it possible then that it could access other devices on that home Wi-Fi network?
Congressman, we do not do anything that is beyond any industry norms. I believe the answer to your question is no. It could be technical. Let me get.
Yeah. Again, they are trying to make this into some big thing. Oh yeah. No, I know. I was just talking about that before. Like social media is literally all the same, but they're trying to make this into some big thing where they're like, TikTok, are you sneaking onto my home Wi-Fi and checking up on me through my my computers and my security cameras and everything? No, TikTok is an app, and the TikTok information that everybody's worried about is the information that we are putting on there, which is just you all the time. It's like TikTok is basically just selfies everywhere, all right? And you are self-reporting on yourself constantly. I saw a video the other day of a kid with like a gun, and the drive-by passed by, and then he starts shooting out the window. I'm like, self-report, easy self-report. Like, what the f are you doing? And yeah, so they're just harping on TikTok because they hate the idea that, you know, this company that is not an American company is, you know, somehow going to have this information. Knowing that we do the same thing. Like, literally, what they're saying is we don't want China to have access to that. We just want the NSA to have that. So, is there a way that you could just like stop being Chinese and maybe just come over? And by the way, that is what he eventually says. He says he's going to build a Project Texas, which is just a big ass, you know, factory that they're going to put in the middle of Austin. And they're going to add a bunch of servers in there and basically make it so that all of TikTok's American users are stuck in Austin. And literally, that's just to create a physical firewall between them and then China. And China's still going to have access. Like, it's just, they're just going to have to do it like in a more roundabout way. And like, yeah, like the NSA, again, has literally admitted that they do this. Like, the NSA has literally said that they will buy this information from Facebook, from, well, actually, I think they do buy it from TikTok too, but they'll buy it from everybody. Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, everybody.
Get back to you.
Okay, I'd appreciate it if you could answer that.
Oh my
I'd like
God.
to change directions real quick.
I love these people.
Do you receive personal employment, salary, compensation, or benefits from ByteDance?
Yes, I do.
What is
Yeah,
your
'cause
salary from ByteDance?
ByteDance is the parent company. Of course they receive what? Okay, all right, keep going.
Congressman, if you don't mind, I would prefer to keep my compensation private.
Okay. You personally
How much do you make? These are the same people that then tell you, like, hey, you shouldn't talk about your salary with your coworkers. Like,
have any company shares or stock in ByteDance or Douyin?
Congressman, if you don't mind, I would like to keep my personal assets private.
Is TikTok the company your only source of employment compensation? Where's your other source of income outside of TikTok?
It's my only source of compensation.
Do you have any financial debts or obligations to
Ooh.
ByteDance, Douyin, or any other ByteDance affiliated entity?
Personally? No, I do not.
Does your management team receive separate salary, compensation, or benefits from ByteDance?
We
No.
receive salaries from the entities that we are employed in, but we do.
right, yeah, he's sitting there like, yes, I am paid by my employer. Is that the question you are asking me? Because that's what I can tell you. And he's like, yeah, well, are you connected financially to their well-being? Do you benefit from their like, as if every CEO in like capitalist country wasn't doing the same thing, right? As if they all didn't have like a percentage of their stock tied to them and their parent company, as if they all weren't somehow talking to government. Like, Let me put it this way. Every single one of these companies that they're putting up right next to these people, all of them have lobbyists. Every single one of them lobby Congress constantly to get their shit passed. Right? Like, let me put it this way. Global warming is a huge problem. We have been struggling with it for a while. God, you got me on the hold on. Yeah, so global warming, we've been dealing with it for a long time. Okay? But what people don't really notice and they don't remember is that there was a time when plastic wasn't everywhere. Plastic is now literally in 99% of our bloodstreams. Right? American bloodstreams. I don't know about the rest of the world, but American bloodstreams is in about 99% of us. We literally have plastic in our veins. Okay? But there was a time before plastic. Do you know what we used before plastic? Glass. We used glass. All right? There was a milkman that came to your house. He would take the old glass bottles away and then he'd bring you new milk bottles filled in glass containers. All right? Then he would take the old milk jars, again, glass, and he would take them back where they would wash them, fill them up with new milk. Now, not only did they do that, soda companies did that, and everybody else that bottled things did the same thing. Now, I know that we can't really get rid of the plastics with the food stuff, but we can come up with an alternative. But when it comes to bottles, this is what we used to do. Then the companies found out that it was cheaper to just make single-use plastic and tell the people to throw them out than it was to continue picking up the old bottles and reusing them, right? So basically what they said is instead of having us reduce, reuse, and recycle, why don't we make them reduce, reuse, and recycle? And so soda companies that were making these big bottles decided to push on you the whole recycling campaign. And now suddenly it was your fault that the world is dying. Not their fault for making it in plastic when they were doing perfectly fine with glass, but it's your fault for buying it in plastic. Because that's where you slipped up, right? Oh, gosh, silly me. So because you bought their plastic, now you have to recycle it, right? And so we started this whole reduce, reuse, recycle thing. A lot of people just decided to throw it out. And suddenly we have a huge problem where there's plastic literally everywhere. And all these companies are saying, oh no, how could this have happened? It's almost as if the only thing I ever produced was put into plastic constantly. And I didn't ever look into any other way to package things. Media likes to make their problem our problem. Okay? They like to make it so that it's you that's personally causing or affecting this somehow. It's not. Okay? It's not you. It's them. They're having a problem. They're having a moment. By the way, just stick around. We're going to talk about the whole war in a little bit.
Share in a ByteDance top companies.
So your primary salary comes from TikTok, but you have other compensation that comes directly from ByteDance?
You can characterize it as that, yes.
Does your management team have company shares or stock in ByteDance or Douyin?
Yes, some of our employees are compensated in shares in ByteDance.
Does TikTok share technological resources with Douyin?
Which is, by the way, standard industry practices to sometimes get paid in stocks. That's like typical bonus shit.
Are the two technology systems or IT systems interconnected in any way?
There are, as with many companies, some shared resources on some services, but it doesn't include anything that involves US user data, Congressman, is in Project Texas, as we talked about, stored by default in American soil by an American company.
But currently there is shared technology or interconnected IT systems.
Congressman, with respect, I have to get back to you. This could be a very broad question. Like, for example, we could all be using Microsoft Windows.
Yeah, if you could get back with details on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no, that's...
Can Douyin personnel or employees?
God, he got him so well with that. He's like, we could all be using the same Microsoft Windows. It could all be one license. I don't know. Oh, my God.
Employees access
funny.
TikTok user data.
Not after Project Texas, this is not allowed.
Are there employees who are employed by both Douyin and TikTok?
I do not believe so.
Jesus Christ. So they're gonna keep going after him. I'm gonna see what this is about. We're gonna just kind of move real quick. There it is.
Kelly Zhang is the CEO of ByteDance China, overseeing Douyin, the Chinese version of TikTok. Are you in regular communication with Kelly?
I'm not in.
By the way, China knows that TikTok's fucking dangerous. All right, they literally don't have TikTok. They have Douyin, which is what they keep talking about. And the reason why they don't have TikTok is because they know it and sucks. All right, so Douyin is the Chinese version of TikTok. It's limited to about 2 hours a day. All right, you literally can't use it more than that, especially if you're a youth. I think I don't know if the adults can use it a little bit more, and it's like heavily sensitive.
Regular communication with her.
But again, they know that TikTok's toxic. They're not putting the poison on their own people. They're poisoning everybody else.
ByteDance editor-in-chief is Zhang Fuping, correct?
I believe so.
And Wu Shugang is Beijing.
I want so desperately for someone to just make a compilation of all these congressmen trying to pronounce these names. I'm not saying I would do better, but what I am saying is that this is hilarious.
ByteDance technology board member and also an official of the Cyberspace Administration in China. Is this correct?
I believe so. They are not in the right.
Thank you. All of these individuals work or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, are at the highest levels of leadership at ByteDance, a company where you previously served as the chief financial officer and where you regularly communicate with their CEO. TikTok has told us that you weren't sharing data with the CCP, but leaked audio from within TikTok has proven otherwise. TikTok told us that you weren't tracking the geolocation of American citizens. You were. TikTok told us you weren't spying on journalists. You were. In your testimony, you state that ByteDance is not beholden to the CCP. Again, each of the individuals I listed are affiliated with the Chinese.
Okay, so I'd really like to hear the audio recording she's talking about, but other than that, I don't really know the evidence that she's referring to.
Communist Party,
like what is...
including Zhang Fuping, who is reported to be the Communist Party secretary of ByteDance, and who has called for the party committee to, quote, take the lead across all party lines to ensure the algorithm is enforced by, quote, correct political direction. Just this morning, the Wall Street Journal reported that the CCP is opposed to a forced sale of TikTok by ByteDance, quoting...
Okay, so they really keep talking about the CCP and not TikTok. Like, it kind of sounds like they keep saying, like, the CCP really wants our data. The CCP really wants to get in there. The CCP really does this, that. That's not TikTok's fault. That's like being like, hey, Facebook, what do you have to say about America being in Iraq? Hey, Facebook, did you see those war crimes that America did in Iraq? You know that your country does war crimes. What do you have to say about that? How do you defend that, Mark Zuckerberg? What could you possibly have to say about such a thing?
A CCP spokesman is saying the Chinese government would make a decision regarding any sale of TikTok. So the CCP believes they have the final say over your company. I have zero confidence in your assertion that ByteDance and TikTok are not beholden to the CCP. Next question. Heating content is a way of promoting...
That was a question? She didn't even give him time to answer. She just goes, next question. Like, she's literally just using this to make a statement.
Content in your current or previous positions within Chinese companies, have employees engaged in heating content for users outside of China? Very quickly, yes or no?
Our heating process is approved by our local teams in the various countries.
The answer is yes. Thank you. Have any moderation tools been used to remove content on TikTok associated with the Uyghur genocide? Yes or no?
We do not remove that kind of content. TikTok is a place of freedom of expression and charity.
So he said, no, we don't remove anything to do with the Uyghur genocide.
Just like I said, if you use...
Again, look, she's going to get into it. This is exactly what I said.
You can go on it and you will see a lot of users around the world expressing content on that topic and many others.
Thank you. What about the massacre in Tiananmen Square? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The massacre in Tiananmen Square.
That kind of content is available on our platform. You can go and search it.
I will remind you that making false...
All right, hold on. He said it. You can look it up. Hold on. Hold on. I think I'm logged in. I don't know if I am. All right, that's fine. I don't need to log in. I don't need to log in. I don't need to log in.
My husband of 10 years. My
Jesus
husband and
Christ.
I met when I was 18. It had always been just me and my best friend, but
Oh my god, there's literally an account called the Tiananmen Square Massacre, so that's cool. Tiananmen Square. If I look for Tiananmen Square and then I look under videos, what do you mean I have to log in? Don't make me log in. Come on, don't do this to me. You know what? Fine. I'll look it up here. I'll see if I can do it here. What was this about? All right. Tiananmen Square. Hey, immediately they did it. They said, let's see it. And then they put it up. So again, you can go to TikTok. You can type in Tiananmen Square. If I do it right now, they won't let me do the thing. But here it is. They said, I will remind you that making misleading statements, literally what she just said. What? Oh, this person just does exactly what I'm doing. They're literally just looking it up. But yeah, everything is literally just like Tiananmen Square, Tiananmen Square, Tiananmen Square, Tiananmen Square. I literally looked it up. It's all over TikTok. You guys can do it too. I'm not going to show it because the second I show it, I'm going to get banned in China. I might already be banned in China because I said Tiananmen Square 10 times. Tiananmen Square, Tiananmen Square, Tiananmen Square, Tiananmen Square, Tiananmen Square. We're going to talk about China later in the stream. I don't want them to see it.
False or misleading statements to Congress is a federal crime.
I understand. Again, if you go on our platform, you will find that content.
Okay, thank you.
And that's what he said. He's saying, like, we don't ban anything. You can find it on there. And you can tell that they're pretty lax about their moderation. If you go onto TikTok, you can find some, like, oh, you know, you're going to find some nasty stuff on there. Anyways, this is going to keep going. This is going to keep devolving. The point is that this TikTok CEO is basically grilled for hours on end. Literal hours on end. And they keep asking him whether basically he is the Chinese Communist Party. And he keeps telling them, listen, we are doing the best that we can to abide by your laws. But what you're really having a problem with is the concept of social media. Is really what they're saying. Like, they're trying to pin all the social media problems on TikTok for being TikTok, mostly just because he's Chinese. Not because he's Chinese, but because TikTok's Chinese. That's what they're looking for. You know, if TikTok is Chinese, then they can get TikTok and say, you're giving our information to the Chinese government and we don't have access to it, or we have secondary access to it, because they're still going to have access. They're just going to buy it, you know? But yeah, the only problem they have is that China might somehow get access to the information that we ourselves volunteer through social media because we have no concept of privacy. Kind of like the thing I was talking about that led us into this with Afro Man. Anyways, we're done with this. We're done with this. We're done with this. We got to keep moving. We got to keep rolling. We've got so much to talk about today. It's literally too much. Let's see. We talked about that. We talked about this. This is privacy. TikTok. Republicans. They're on a war. Here we go. Transition. War. Boom. It's time for the right. No, the left, the right, the right's war on trans people. It sucks. It's terrible. It's been all over the place. Jess, thank you so much because you constantly come in here and every week you're bringing up like new stories about trans war. Love that. But anyways, there is a war on trans. I want to see if anybody's actually talking about this. Launched the war on transgender people. Life as a trans soldier. Families of trans kids are seeking sanctuary. That's sad. That's real sad. Can I actually open that one up? We might take a look at that while we talk about it. Oh, Oof. Oof. Trans Ukrainians? Oh man, that's gotta be hard. Because Russia's super anti that shit. Where is. Wow, okay, they're not talking about it. How about if I type in trans Christian nationalists war? Will that pop up? Okay. You know what? We gotta pick one of these Christian nationalist things because I gotta talk about Christian nationalism. Anyways, is there anybody that can give me a quick summary on this? Let's try. Christian nationalism. Now, for those of you who don't remember, there was once a party that were called the National Socialist Party. Very, very, very proud of themselves. Turned out to be not so great. Okay, because turns out that they shortened that to something that we now call Nazis. Nationalism, at its core, is all about basically thinking that your nation is great, your people are great, there is no one better, blah, 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 blah. So Christian nationalism is essentially the idea that not only is this nation the best nation, but the Christian nation that is this nation is the best nation. And that the Christian version of this nation is the only version that should exist.
Commitment to you, says the Lord, that I will not let the evil steal your midterm elections.
We take our authority over this election. Jesus is Lord over the midterm election.
This president is
this was before the midterms. Holy shit.
Not suffering dementia. He is possessed with the devil.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a satanic portal above the White House. There is a demonic.
I'm sorry? Did he say there's a satanic portal above the White House? Was it above the White House or below the White House?
Portal above the White House. There
above the White House?
Portal, a satanic portal above the White House.
He doubles down on that shit?
That appeared shortly after the election of Biden. And it must
oh
be
my
closed.
God. Biden brought the satanic wormhole that is above. I know they're picking the craziest versions of this, but this is still the people that we're talking about today. So these are Christian nationalists, and we're going to keep playing this until the video's over so that I can really get into this.
Closed
but Jesus Christ.
We are actually invaded from hell itself in the executive branch of the United States of America.
Oh, yeah.
We're in spiritual warfare.
The country's being run by this class of people who are
actual Nazi. I can't believe that this guy's on this video.
Are not Christian. You know, you could say it's the left, and behind that is the Jews, and behind that is the devil. We are humbled and
this kid, by the way, recently had a dinner with Trump, and then Trump had to say, I don't know that kid. He just showed up. Oh, it was with Kanye, too. Yeah, we covered that. Oh, yeah, we did. And then I didn't want to talk about Nick. He's a fucking creep. Anyway, let's keep going.
Welcome to the stage right now, the representative from Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Of course, yeah, they're making an appearance. Oh my God.
Christian nationalist, and that's not a bad word. That's actually a good thing, right?
This fight before us proves.
Right? No, 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 girl, no. Run. Jesus Christ. So, anyways, the point here is Christian nationalism got way out of hand in this country. Way, way out of hand. We've talked about religion a little bit before on this channel, but again, atheist, agnostic, all that stuff. When you are driven by Christian nationalism, sometimes you ignore the little lapses in your logic. Right? Recently, this same Christian nationalist kind of push actually led to a lot of book bans in a lot of states. All these book bans aim to do the same thing. They aim to discourage people from learning, speaking, communicating, anything about sexuality. They don't want you to think about your gender. They don't want you to think about other people's gender. They really don't want you to do anything other than, the Christian thing, which is ignore it all, keep it all repressed, and then at some point when you're, hopefully an adult and you're living out on your own, you'll just let that shit explode in college. Right? And then you'll say, oh my God, what a terrible life of sin I led while I was, out on my college thing. I'll never be that way again. I'll never let anyone be that way again. And then you'll talk about the dark times that were the time when you suddenly decided to loosen your morals a little bit, not realizing that really you were just repressed your entire life. And then you took a minute to just let that breathe. And then you lost control because no one ever taught you to control yourself. Right? Because no one ever taught you what moderation is, because the Christian way is to just shut you up, shove you in a closet, and leave you there for your entire life. So, back to this. These people, these Christian nationalists, their goal is to come to this country and... Sorry, they're from this country. Their goal is to be here in this country and make the laws of this country reflect the things that they believe are morally or ethically the priority, right?
To us that God is.
So again, the book bans were maybe step one, not really. Step one was overturning Roe v. Wade, but book bans were step two. The anti-trans bills were step three or step two. Like, they're really going to war here. But these people are the ones that are at war.
He has chosen me, and he has chosen you.
So listen, Oregon, y'all better go buy some swords in the name of Jesus, right?
Pick up the
What
sword
the?
and fight, and Christ will reign in the state of Idaho.
Oh, yeah. Where's Goliath?
An actual sword.
November, we're going to take our state back. My God will make it so.
Don't get me wrong. I fucking love swords. That's a dope sword. But, like, you don't need it nowadays.
So if we are going to have one nation under God, which we must, we have to have one religion.
It's Michael Flynn.
One nation under God and one religion under God, right?
The church.
One nation, one religion. Look at that. Literally, we fled because of religious persecution. Right? We fled from England because of religious persecution. That's why people came to America, to start fresh. Here we are, back at it again.
Is supposed to direct government.
There's no separation of church and state.
Right.
The church and state are one.
Yes. And I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk.
Okay, no, again, that is like a vital part of it, because if you don't, then you turn to fundamentalism. Like, let me put it this way. People have tried letting the church be in charge of things. Okay, that is the entire Roman Catholic Empire. Like, they tried that. It did not work. It won't work now. And the reason why it won't work is because, again, these people cannot see beyond their perfect little ideal world. Like, let me put it this way. In an ideal world, would every child have a parent? Yes. In an ideal world, every child would have two loving parents that care for them and love them. Maybe more, actually. Who knows? Oops, did I go too far? Should you not have more than two parents? Oops, my bad. All right, fine. Let's keep it simple. In their world, you have two parents. It's a nice little Christian household. It's very cute and very nice. The problem with that is that they don't take into account alcoholism. They don't take into account poverty, drug addiction. And then they say, well, those people just need to find the light of the Lord and that will help them. Some of y'all motherfuckers already found that light and drank through it. All right? Like, don't tell me that the solution here is more prayer when I'm still scared of sending my son to kindergarten. Okay? Like, Don't tell me that I need to be scared of a certain group of people because they might be sexualizing my son at too early an age when they're getting shot instead. Like, we have enough problems without making more. Hey,
This country
let's
was
keep going.
founded as a Christian country, and it can only exist as a Christian country.
The beat behind this is dope.
Giving us power and authority to tread over every demonic.
Oh, Lord.
Hallelujah. Nancy Pelosi will bow at the name of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Nancy, she loves to drink the little children's blood. Well, now she will pay the ultimate price with her life.
How many more kids are going to have to be boiled, eaten? Because you won't do anything, Pastor.
Were children getting boiled and eaten? I didn't know that.
You won't do anything, Christian, because you don't want to get involved
Jesus.
in politics.
And look, this is a Christian nation. This is a Christian country. Christ is real. We have to do the right thing.
It's time to shut up, elect Trump one more time, and then stop having elections.
What is happening? What is happening? Oh my God. All right, so anyways, a lot of these Christian nationalists are going absolute apeshit. But what some people don't realize is that some of these Christian nationalist groups are actually big enough to start donating to... So these Christian nationalist groups are actually so big that they've started to create massive organized groups that basically donate to different political candidates. They spend their time essentially trying to remove whatever kind of restrictions they feel are too restrictive and put more restrictions on other groups of people. Famously, one of their successful attempts was removing Roe v. Wade. Recently, something came out where it was revealed that a pastor, we can try to find the story if you guys like, but basically a pastor got very involved in the idea of banning abortion. Trigger warning, all over the place. This is going to come up a fair amount for the next few minutes. So there was a pastor. He decided that abortion was wrong, immoral, whatever he wanted to call it, blah, 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 blah. No dead kids, all that business. I'm going to be very crass about this, just so everyone knows, because I think that the best way to speak about these sensitive topics is as direct as possible. So, dead kids, essentially. He doesn't like them, he doesn't want them. Life begins at conception, the whole kid and caboodle. A lot of these people kind of, miss the forest for the trees, if you get my point. But he was very, very involved in that idea. It is illegal to directly influence any of these decisions that are being made on a political level. Bribery is illegal, anything like that, very illegal. You can't influence judges, you can't influence senators, you can't influence governors, presidents, whatever. Very, very illegal. Lobbying, however, very, very legal. The problem is that they realize that senators, presidents, all that they weren't really going to be able to get the job done. So who would be able to get the job done? The justice system. So they said, if we can get enough members on the court to agree with our point of view, all they need is the right case to come up, and then abortion rights are history. So what did they do? They decided to reach out in their network, right, in their group of people. They reached out within their group of people and said, why don't we train people to essentially be, and by the way, the pastor admitted all this. He said that he created a group of people where he trained couples to essentially become friends with the judges and then just push them slightly more towards their agenda in a very, very subtle way. So, again, this is not bribery. He's not paying them to make a decision the way he wants them to. It's not blackmail. It's not any kind of whatever. What it is they become friends. They invite them over to their, summer home. They take them out to movies, theaters, whatever it is. They have a good time, and they never ever, do anything disrespectful to the justice or the lady justices or their spouses. There's a special way you call them. I don't remember what it's called. But the point is, they're very, very respectful of the justices that they reach out to. They ingratiate themselves among them, they befriend them, and then they subtly start kind of pushing towards one thing or another. Then they leak that information to their group, which is basically just a big spy organization, and then in between themselves, they all disseminate that information, try to get other states, other places to kind of do the same thing. Hey, how's it going? We're talking about a whole bunch of stuff, but it's nice to see new chatters. What's up? So anyways, the point is, these Christian nationalist groups will do this whole rigmarole where they will target certain things that they find unappealing and then slowly manipulate politics till they get their way. That's how abortion rights got taken down. They got enough members on the court to basically ban it. And they've been doing that on the local level, state level, governmental level repeatedly. Now, it's been revealed that the same group, and this was leaked through internal emails, we can find the document on it, but it turned out that the same Christian nationalist group, what political side did that? I mean, Christian nationalists, so I guess that's right, the right side. Don't worry, I have problems with both sides. But here we go. So this is an article that came out 3 days ago. Under his wings, leaked emails reveal an anti-trans holy war. So apparently, this is from an anti-trans lobbyist and state lawmakers. I don't really want to do that. So anyways, another person sent an email change about the distinction between gender and sex. I pray for the second coming more and more. They're literally praying for the apocalypse. But recently, they've been passing anti-trans bills. Wow, look at this. Is this the same author? Yeah. So the same author actually has this other part where they say anti-trans bills are sweeping across the U.S. with alarming speed. Literally at the beginning of most of these podcast streams, I will get at least a few links to new bills that are being passed. Again, they're all kind of pedophilic to me. Like, I find it weird. I find it weird that you want to look at kids' genitals. All right? Like, I just find it weird that you want to look at kids' genitals. Yeah, so these people just don't like trans people. But it gets worse because these are the people that are then going to government, they're going to all these things, and they are basically engaged in what they believe is a holy war. That's terrifying. That's the kind of language they're using, though. So they said, repeated notes about blessings, prayers, sign-offs like God bless you and under his wings. They're all over the place. Hold on. Explicit references to warfare pop up in the emails a few times. I prayed for you and the others supporting the bill today. Ask the Lord to put all of you in the armor of God for this fight. By the way, the video we watched just now was fucking wild. Like, whatever. Why are they pedophiles? Look, so here's the thing. They pass all these bills saying, we're here to protect the children, so we got to make sure the boys go in the boys' room and the girls go in the girls' room. And we got to make sure that their genitals line up, right? The easy solution, which I've mentioned several times on this channel, is a bathroom. Just the one that you have in your house. Literally, a bathroom. Literally, bathroom. At what age? Some of them start really young, to be honest. Some of the bills are looking at, like, elementary schools. Some of them are looking at middle schools, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But again, the problem here isn't the bathroom so much. It's who they're targeting, right? They're looking to basically alienate a certain group, make them incredibly uncomfortable, and attack them. Because really, you should just use the bathroom you're most comfortable using, right? And the bathroom I am most comfortable using is a gender-neutral bathroom like the one I have at home, which is literally just a sink and a toilet. Like, that's all you need. So, again, we're making a really big deal out of bathrooms. the easy solution is to just make every bathroom gender neutral and make it so that one person goes in, one person comes out. That's it. That's the easy solution. But the plan is to basically keep boys in boy room, girls in girl rooms. And the problem there is that how do you enforce that? Like, the only way to enforce that is pull down your pants. Because at a certain point, like let's say they're in high school, right? And they've started getting treatments, so they're starting to present themselves like the opposite gender. The only way to really tell, for some people, some people it might be a little more obvious, but some people that are a little further along in the treatment, the best way to tell might be to just pull down their pants. Birth certificate? Could be. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it could be a birth certificate. You could do that too. But again, who's to say, like, you don't just put whatever you want on that? Like, again, your parents get to decide that. It's not always like, let me put it this way. I had my kid, right? Before the birth certificate was sent out, you get to pick what you're going to put on it. You can kind of mess with it a little bit. And one of the things that you can mess with is the gender. You can actually just leave that blank at these days. So again, it gets strange. It gets strange really fast. And the way to enforce these things ends up being basically pull down your pants. Doesn't the doctor decide? So there's the birth you're assigned, it's the sex you're assigned at birth, right? And that is whatever you come out as. But again, some people are naturally hermaphroditic, which are just, they naturally come out with both sets of genitals. And then what do you do in that case? Which bathroom belongs to them? But fine. Let's say that the doctor decides, let's say they put it on your birth certificate. Let's say that they then take that birth certificate and that birth certificate is submitted into the school record, right? In the event that somebody violates this, you would have to track down that person either before or after the bathroom. You basically, let me put it this way. For enforcing this, you'd have to monitor the bathrooms, which is a strange concept just to start off. Maybe you could just monitor the doors, but it still gets weird. Like, it's a weird thing to just want to watch kids pee or whatever it is that they're looking for. And I know that they're doing it for the safety, but when we was kids, because you look my age, how did this work for you? So, all right. So again, and I think somebody put this really well for me. So when I was a kid, we were a little looser with things, the R word flew around a lot, the N word flew around a pretty fair amount too. God, we said all kinds of words, right? But when it came to trans people, when it came to different genders, it was still changing. It was still really evolving. And I think to this day, it's still confusing, right? But somebody put it to me really well, which was, I was reading a story and this man said that they had brought their girlfriend over to their parents' house. The parents found out that the girl was originally a man. And she was like, I'm sorry, I transitioned, blah, 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 whatever. Then the husband found out, the dad found out, and took them all out for ice cream. They bought their ice creams. They were all in the car eating it, having a good time. And he said to them, when I was a kid, there were only 3 flavors of ice cream. Now, there's all different kinds. But I'm still willing to pay for the one that makes me happy. So, when I was a kid, there was boys, girls, and then some people in between. But the people in between, you didn't really talk about, you didn't really notice, you didn't really even mention them. I'm gonna be honest, I've had some trans hating kind of moments, not outright hateful, spewing, venom at them kind of things, but just ignorant. I just didn't realize that I was being hurtful, right? There was one event that was really, really terrible, and I'll go to just me for a second to do this one so that you guys can genuine. I'm trying to be sincere. This is back from when I was younger. I didn't understand things properly, but I want to be totally transparent with this. So when I was younger, I was hanging out at the beach with some friends. It was late at night, so nobody was there except for like the 5 of us. And some people came. They parked their car at the beach, which you're not supposed to do at night. So we told them, like, hey, you guys got to park that car somewhere else. The cops came. They said, hey, you guys got to move that car and get it out of here. And so one of them decided to take the car and go. The 3 people that remained were 2 boys and 1 girl. We had never met before. We were just meeting for the first time. And we said, like, hey, you know, how's it going? You want to hang out? Da, 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 da. And they were like, yeah. And so they came to hang out. Right off the bat, the girl we were talking to was very attracted to one of the guys that we were with. The guys that were there were not so sure that she should be hanging out with us. I think we might have been a little older, but the point is that they were like, you know, these guys might not be the best for you to be hanging around. Again, strangers. I understand, you know, and we were meeting at night at the beach where like nobody was supposed to be. And they, again, we didn't know they were going to be there. Strangers. So all these strangers are here, and she keeps talking about her friend who's going to come by. And she's like, yeah, she's really great. You know, we like, she's out there parking the car and she's doing that for us and she's wonderful and blah, 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 blah. And we were like, yeah, can't wait to meet her, etc. So the girl parks the car somewhere far away. She comes by, she comes back, and it's very clear that this girl has just started to transition, or she is maybe, you know, not fully like she's dressed as a girl, but you can tell that she definitely just started to transition, or she's maybe just started to ask people to call her by her preferred pronouns or her names, whatever it was. But she came over, she said hello, and we were very heavily intoxicated. And my friend just looks at her and is like, who's that? And she was like, this is my friend. I don't remember her name. We're not going to put anybody on blast here. Let's just call her Ashley. They were like, this is my friend Ashley. And he was like, that's a dude. And none of us stepped up. We literally just shut up and ran. We literally, me and a friend of mine, we were like, I'm out of here. This is not a comfortable situation. We're out. We're running. Yeah, I know I didn't stream Minecraft. I actually talked about that earlier in the stream. We're going to do the Minecraft streams at a different time. I'm not sure if it's going to work out the same way. I had a tricky week and it just doesn't work out at the time I was doing it. But I might be able to. It's just going to, I need to refigure it out. I spent the time working on other things. But essentially what we were saying is we didn't know. But the point is, if you saw someone that was transitioning, we're talking about the war on trans people is bad, is real bad. But I think the easiest way to put it is, if you see someone and they look like a girl, you should call her she. Right? If the person you are looking at looks like a man, you should call them he. If the person you are looking at has decided that they want to be called something else and they've outright told you that they want to be called something else, just call them whatever that is. Like, I don't care. You know, like, if the government makes laws about having the right to identify as you want, no, look. The point is, you should be able to be who you want to be, do what you want to do. But recently there's been anti-drag shows, anti-whatever. Actually, one of the recent things that happened was Disney World is having a gay rights summit, right? Like, Disney's out here literally saying, hey, if you're going to be anti-gay, if you're going to be anti-LGBTQ, then we're just going to bring everybody that is LGBTQ here to, you know, have a nice little party, right? Trans jails, trans toilets, like they're male and female. And again, if we're going to do that, just make a unisex bathroom. Like, we're making this so fucking complicated. Like, sure, we'll have to give up the urinal, but like, you know, like, come on, like, give up the urinal, like that's an easy one for me. Like, I'll just give up the urinal and then boom, like, done. Sorry, bro, but I want to be a dad one day. I am a dad. I'm already a dad. And that's what I'm saying. Like, as a dad, I just want you to have bathrooms. Just normal ass bathrooms. Like, we're making this so fucking complicated. Right? And then the worst part is that when you're talking about, like, oh, you know, like, what if they get assaulted? What if they get abused? What about this? That's a real concern. I'm totally here for that. I also do not want my son to be sexually assaulted. I don't want any child to be sexually assaulted. But the people that do that, you wouldn't have one toilet in a mall. You'd still have the same amount of toilets. They'd just be a bathroom, like the regular old bathroom. Like, let me put it this way. In a mall, you have a big men's room, right? The big men's room has 8 different toilets. It's got 8 urinals, and it's got 6 sinks, right? So what I'm saying is, when you walk in there, it's just a big open room with all these toilets, all these urinals, and all these sinks. All I'm saying is, tear all that shit out and make them single rooms. Kind of like changing rooms are meant for one person to go in there. So just make it a one-person room, just a one-person stall, and just a bathroom. In that bathroom, you would have a sink and a toilet. What more do you need? Yeah, no, just don't connect them. Yeah. Like, just don't open it up like you do in literally every place. Like, I don't understand why we have that area. Like, a bathroom is supposed to be your time to have privacy. Like, right? Like, that's literally what you do in a bathroom. Like, let me put it this way. I have a son. He is after me all the time. The fact that I even get the time to do this stream is a blessing. Like, he's in school, he's doing shit, right? But like, yes, yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, redesign all the bathrooms, just make them bathrooms. And by the way, it's not all the bathrooms in the world. You have one at home right now, I assume. You know, I mean, it depends. Some homes don't have them, but most homes should have a bathroom. That is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Just literally a toilet. Like, you don't need that little common area where people for some reason gather to be like, hey, did you just take a shit? Yeah, me too, man. Oh, that was a heavy shit. Like, just fucking sit at home in your bathroom. Not at home, but like, it's a private moment, right? It's a private moment. I want to have it by myself. I don't want to share it with anybody. I don't understand why there's a little gap by the floor where you gotta like touch somebody's fucking foot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, your children should not come in contact with anybody in the bathroom. You should not come in contact with anybody in the bathroom. It's your time to be alone. Like, if we're so worried about trans people in the bathrooms, just make the bathrooms. just stop making men's room and women's room. Just make them bathrooms. The same thing with changing rooms. Just make a changing room, which is literally just a room where you would have a locker that you can put stuff in, and then, you know, you can just take your clothes off. Like, I know that I'm making it slightly more difficult. I know that. But it's better than just suddenly, you know, going to war against a percentage of your own population. Like, we made ramps for handicapped people. Why can't we make bathrooms for trans people? You know, like this is mind-boggling to me. Like, and especially because we would all be more comfortable, right? Like, the problem that I'm talking about like your foot going and just bumping up against somebody else in the stall, that can happen to anybody. You don't have to be trans to fucking hate that shit. Or you don't have to be against trans people to hate that shit. You know, like, I hate that shit. I'm not against trans people. Like, that shit sucks. And I hate it when you're in the bathroom and then it just suddenly starts stinking up because somebody else is taking a really bad shit. Like, just make it a one-person bathroom. This is like the concept that we have to have a whole fucking war and debate over fucking bathroom shit is just wild to me. But yeah, so there's been a war on trans people, like an actual war. Christian nationalists have organized a bunch of lobbyists. They're going to Congress all the time, telling them that these people are the ones raping your kids, turning them into weird, sexual deviants, all this shit, which is just kind of strange, like, let me put it this way. The drag shows to kids kind of business, all that stuff, I just don't really know the appeal of it, other than like maybe they're like acting out the princess story. Like, it is what it is. Hey, Leviticus, hi, nice to see you. We're on the war against trans people. We're gonna talk about everything else later. Although you missed the part with TikTok. 60-year-old man sued a swimming pool because he identified as a girl, but he wasn't allowed in the women's toilet and changing area. Jesus Christ. Did you see that Uganda banned LGBTQ? Actually, one of the things that we were going to talk about is that the world banned LGBTQ. Not the world, exactly. But the World Athletics... Jesus. I cannot spell. The World Athletics... I don't know. World Athletics is what they're called. They suddenly tightened the rules on transgender women and athletes. So what they're saying is essentially, if you went through puberty as a female, then you can compete in female sports. If you were going through puberty as a man, you should not compete in women's sports. Now, it's not entirely about competing, actually. It's more about the records. And the reason why they want to get down on the records, you can actually probably look more into this. The reason why they want to actually be on this, wait, hold on. What is the pro-LGBT crew? Yeah. So the reason why they are saying that they want to be tighter on the records is because when you go through puberty as a man, your body adapts to being a man. And part of that is there is a physical difference. There's a physical difference in your body. You are literally, your bones are a little bigger. Your muscles are attached slightly differently. You can tell women end up getting wider hips in certain cases because the body kind of prepares for, we don't want to diminish a woman to just, their use. That is not what women are. Women are definitely more complex creatures, but when we're talking about their bodies and puberty, yeah, the body changes to basically become better at having kids, right? The hips get wider, the boobs get bigger. The point for that is we are talking about birthing people, yes, which some people have said is offensive against women. I don't know. I don't know what to call them. Women with uteruses? I don't know what to call them that is politically correct. But for now, we are talking about cis women born as women. Cis women is what we call them. So a cis woman does not have to be heterosexual, just any kind of woman. Going through puberty will adapt slightly. Cis is not a slur. It's a chemical term. We use that to define patterns in chemistry. Cis is the way it is commonly found. Trans is when it's slightly flipped. Okay? Just putting that out there. It's not a slur. It's literally a like chemical term. You don't define people by their chemical terms unless you want to say that they're just patterning people. All right, moving on. Anyways, look, the point here is when they go through puberty, their bodies adjust to the purpose that is biologically intended for their gender, their birth gender. We're trying to talk about sensitive topics here. I'm tiptoeing a line here, but the point is, when they go through puberty as men, the body decides that certain things are more important. Specifically, usually you see men have wider shoulders. Again, this is not a typical case, most cases, and it also depends on how much hormones you are getting during puberty, because some people, suddenly that like hormone gland is just shooting it through your entire body like it's, Bane with venom, and then other people are getting like little trickles of hormone and they barely change. That's why you see some girls just don't really ever develop more breasts. Some people just end up being very childlike. That's usually just a lack of hormones in puberty. Sorry, we're getting really off track here. The point here is that what they are saying is that when you go through male puberty, your body is physically stronger, and thus the records that you could set would possibly not be fair to those who did not go through puberty as a man. Right? Sticks and stones. But the point here is that they are trying to say that with more evidence, they will change their mind. But right now, this might actually be the only way to even start allowing transgender athletes to compete. And it is kind of an unfair thing to put on them to say, like, hey, you can compete, but you can't get the record. But at the same time, this is better than not competing at all. Right? And like I said, there is significant evidence showing that this results are going to be skewed. Now, am I saying that a woman can't be stronger than a man? No, not saying that. But what I am saying is that the strongest man will inevitably end up building more muscle than the strongest woman. At least with the same amount of effort. I can't vouch for other than that. But the point here is this is actually, fair. It's kind of strange, but fair. Can a woman have the same bone density as a man? Are you talking about osteoporosis and menopause? Because, yeah, it's a little strange, but that's because a woman's body ends up consuming calcium at a faster rate than a man's. Oh my God. So anyways,
When you guys are...
no, I don't want to check this one out. Actually, this is 20 minutes long. That's super long. But recently there's been a whole bunch of anti-trans bills to the point where this Democrat has even come out. I think we looked at her last time.
This legislature
She is part of the Nebraska state government. She
collectively
literally
decides
stands there
that
and
legislating hate against children is our priority, then I am going to make it painful for everyone. Because if you want to inflict pain upon our children, I am going to inflict pain upon this body. There's not a bill on this agenda, on any agenda coming forward, that will be spared. Every bill will go to cloture.
So yeah, she's part of the Nebraska state state government, whatever you want to call them, state Congress. She's going to be vetoing pretty much everything. Well, not vetoing, but filibustering everything. There's other Democrats in Congresses all over the country, like different state Congresses, that are doing the same thing. But the real point here is that these anti-trans bills are just coming out stronger and stronger. And you know why? It's because there is no target left, right? The previous target was abortion, right? How many state houses are Republicans in charge of? I could not tell you. I could look that up, though. Shouldn't be that hard. But they've been passing them in Kentucky. They've been passing them in pretty much every state now. They're against... Look, the point here is, before they came for abortion, they got it. Cool. Then they realized that you can't spend your time focusing on abortion because it's a losing argument, right? At this point, if you were to focus on abortion rights, you would be beating a horse to death, right? They got it. They won. They got that one through. Literally, SCOTUS came through. They said, hey, no more abortions, and they got it, right? States literally started passing it like crazy, and then, the chaos that ensued. The point here is that Republicans can't keep on jumping on the abortion suck train because they realize now that if they keep going there, they're going to just make more and more enemies. So now that they've won with the whole anti-abortion thing, now they need the next scapegoat, the next thing they can attack. And the next thing that they can attack is trans people. They're attacking drag shows. They're attacking the books. They're attacking everything that can even relatively lead you down this path. And they're calling it, the way to protect the children, except if they're trans, right? Because what they're really trying to do is they're trying to make you feel bad about your sexuality, which is a Christian thing. Like, Christians hate sexuality in every sense. And they keep on coming after, your right to be who you are and love who you want to love and all that kind of shit. That's literally what this is all about. And again, it's just a way to just shift the target. Once they get through with trans people, they'll go either after gays or they'll go after immigrants or Chinese. The Chinese thing is actually probably the most likely. They're probably going to go after Chinese, who have experienced a ramp up in the amount of hate. And most of that is because, the COVID thing really set us against Chinese people. But now we're just starting wars with them just because, again, the media wants war. That's what they keep pushing. So, that being said, that is a perfect segue into Xi Jinping and
boasted about his growing friendship
Russia.
with Chinese President Xi Jinping Tuesday on day 2 of the pair's highly scrutinized talks in Moscow. The two men focused.
Hold on, I don't want to ignore that. You just sent me a paragraph. What are you talking about? They haven't won the abortion thing yet. They won it enough that they don't want to keep fighting. They're trying to make it illegal for you to have an abortion after a point, especially as medical birthing wombs become more accessible. Especially when medical, where the wombs can pull a child out from conception. Okay, that technology is still very, very far away. I just speaking from a scientist's perspective, all of that technology takes a lot of time to really implement. And sure, yeah, one day they will put that into place. No, far away. Trust me. Like, all right, what's not that far away to you? Can you give me like an amount of years or something? Dates? You're talking like 10 years max. No. 10 years maybe if we're talking like tech. If we're just talking like tech stuff, they have medical. Okay, I think you mean medical birthing wombs, but sure. Here, medical birthing wombs. Sure, let's look it up. An artificial womb. Okay, concept. Works for sheep. Cool. Has it worked for a human? Nutrition, oxygen supply, and waste disposal. Yep, that's what you need. Uterine wall. Yep. Amniotic fluid. Research and development. First started in 1923. Okay, so they've been going for 100 years now, so I'm sure just 10 more years will do it. Let's see. University of Japan. Children's Hospital, Philadelphia. Nice. Okay, hold on. The day... Indeed, scientists have run 8 lambs. Hey, they got 8 lambs there. And they got 3 fetuses. Nice. Okay. Okay, 2021. Let's see. They built a mechanical uterus and grew mouse embryos outside the uterus for several days. Nice. Yeah, this is definitely more than 10 years out. Sorry. Not to rain on your parade, but that is definitely more than 10 years out. Just throwing that out there. But again, one day, sure, yeah, for sure. In the meantime, we do have, surrogate mothers that can definitely just kind of implant themselves with seeds. That is working currently. So again, the idea of like never abort, like again, trigger warning. I think I said trigger warning before, but when we're talking about dead kids and we're talking about abortion and dead kids and all that stuff, the problem ends up being that. Wait, bro, I missed a bit. Yeah, we're in a weird place. So look, the whole point here is when we're talking about abortions, when we're talking about stuff like that, the reality is we are going to have some abortions. It's just going to have to happen. We're not at the point yet where we can say there will be no abortions. One day, the goal is to have there be no abortions. And I think that is something that everybody could agree on. But the medical process that is an abortion is still very much necessary. And not just for unwanted pregnancies. It happens literally all the time for all sorts of reasons. But when they kind of focused on that, it became like a really big problem, right? Like when they focused on saying that all the medical abortions will, be a problem, that's when things kind of got out of hand. Because again, one day I think we would all love to see a world where there is no abortion, but to do that, we would have to make sure that sex education was a thing everywhere, so that everybody knew how to make children and how to avoid making children. Because again, safe sex is possible. You can have sex without having children. Like, it's possible, but not everybody gets the education that will lead to that. Literally, let me put it this way. There was a time. No, never mind. I'm not going to make it hypothetical. Let me put it this way. My mother was a nurse. She was a nurse in Colombia. All right. And at a certain point, somebody came to her. Okay. And they said to her that, hey, I think I might be pregnant. She literally had no idea how kids were made. She had no idea what sex was. She just knew that it had happened to her. She didn't know anything about being a mother, she didn't know anything about how that happens. Any of that. Okay? This is not a sex ed class. I'm not going to teach you right now, but basically, seed, egg, boom, kid. All right? But the point here is that some people don't even get that level of education. And if we're not giving them those tools to prevent unwanted pregnancies, and then we're not giving them the tools to, alleviate that, then we end up with kids in poverty. We end up with kids that end up like in some really, really shitty situations. We end up with kids that are literally born to mothers that are like in prison, crying, sobbing, addicted, like all these terrible things. So look, what I'm saying is abortion is a medical necessity currently. It's one that we don't like, but it's one that we have to live with. And by the way, the story I was talking about earlier about the priest who manipulated the Supreme Court justices to make them vote against abortion, which again is actually a really fun story if you guys ever want to hear that. He actually ended up turning around and deciding that he was no longer anti-abortion because he spent a night in jail after having protested, and then he ended up actually sitting there listening to a mother scream that nobody was taking care of her kids because she was put in jail for drug addiction, and her kids were probably gonna just get put on to some other family, do stuff like that. I don't know. Why don't they like abortion or agree with it? Who? All right, look, we got really confused here, and I get that because we went into like 3 different places here. So let's just get it all so we're all on the same page. The Christian nationalists push forward agendas and then they lobby it through Congress, right? Sometimes they also lobby it through the Supreme Court, but basically Christian nationalism has been taking over more and more and more and more. They before had talking points that said that they wanted to be anti-abortion, which they are. Why they don't like it is because, again, they focus on this whole when does life start, blah, 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 blah thing. And they focus on saving this unborn life and putting them in the happy Christian family. Yes, I know. We kind of covered how they lobbied the Supreme Court. It was illegal, but also not illegal the way they did it. Do you want me to do it again? All right, I'll say it again. They didn't lobby the Supreme Court. They showed up where the members of the Supreme Court were with couples that were going to enjoy the same things. They befriended them and then had the couples that were hanging out with the Supreme Court justices basically give them lavish vacations and kind of influence their ideas a little bit here and there. It's actually one of the huge ethics problems that the Supreme Court has, and they refuse to have any kind of ethical oversight because they say that it's not a problem they can self-regulate, even though all of them have been caught basically getting gifts, vacations, and all this other stuff from the people that they're supposed to be ruling on. Again, just doing all these things. But anyways, Christian nationalists lobbied both the Supreme Court, again, not directly, but through this method that I just talked about, and members of Congress. They pushed them to have an anti-abortion agenda, which they then basically thrust on everybody through churches and whatnot. Then after that, thanks for the follow, love that. Then after that, they then decided once they won, which again, we can call it a half victory because, the Supreme Court managed to make it a state problem and then the states are kind of just fighting it out. Why didn't the last Democratic House and Democratic Senate impeach the court justices? It's happening right now. They're looking into doing that right now because they found out right now. We're not doing this right now. The point is that we're finding all this out. And again, we can look it up. The Supreme Court is getting investigated. They're looking into putting an ethical oversight committee, blah, 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 blah. After they won with the abortion thing, they then ended up saying, all right, now we need to focus on our next mission. And the next mission is trans. The next mission is trans people. They want to influence the conversation. And they do it through churches. They do it through, again, this lobbying / not lobbying. If I say, please, will you show me the... Yeah, sure. Oh, boy. So we already looked at the proof for the Vice stuff. The Vice had emails. They were talking about, like, all this Christian nationalist stuff with the anti-trans lobbyists. But if we're talking about anti-abortion pastor review, boom, here we go. Former anti-abortion leader alleges another Supreme Court breach. So basically, remember the Hobby Lobby breach? The Hobby Lobby breach was Hobby Lobby was basically saying, no. By all means, I'd rather show you guys proof than not. Here, hold on. So this is an article from the New York Times. There were other articles, but this is just one of them. New York Times said former anti-abortion leader alleges another Supreme Court breach. NPR also says that he pushed the boundaries in Supreme Court dealings. Essentially, what he said is he created stealth missionaries, right? And so essentially what he did was he trained these couples to go and befriend the Supreme Court justices. Specifically, in one of them, he's saying, in one instance, Justice Clarence Thomas commended me, saying something like, keep up what you're doing. It's making a difference. But the idea was that they would go there and they would kind of say like, hey, you know how you maybe don't like gay people? Well, I don't like gay people either. Said them, not me. I totally cool with gay people. I have gay people as friends all the time. Anyways, point here is they were saying, hey, I think it's cool that you don't really like that kind of stuff. That's fine. And eventually it got to the point where there was a leak, right? The Roe v. Wade leak was one of them. But before that, there was the Hobby Lobby leak. This guy took responsibility for both of them. And essentially what he ended up saying was that these leaks are his stealth missionaries having conversations with the justices, and then the justices just kind of let a little bit of it slip by. And that's how they knew that Roe v. Wade was going to come out anti-abortion, the Dobbs v. Jackson or whatever thing. They knew they were going to repeal Roe v. Wade before it happened because of these stealth missionaries. And the idea was that they would just keep on, just kind of, again, not really lobbying, just kind of saying like, hey, listen, that kind of fringe belief that you think might be a little wrong? I think it's great. I think you should do that thing. And so he talks about all this stuff. There's new calls for ethics reforms after this. Democrats proposed legislation about putting a code of ethics for justices after... See, look at this. The lack of ethics code for justices is unimaginable. Because again, every other U.S. judge, I can't read this. Every other U.S. judge has to face some kind of ethics code. Supreme Court has none of that. And they found out that it was a shit thing to do because, again, they're leaking literally all over the place. So anyways, all of that led to the anti-abortion decision. The Hobby Lobby thing was about whether they had to pay for, actually this is a trans thing. It was about whether they had to pay for the, whatever. Yeah, for sure. But because of that, now what they're saying is these same Christian nationalists are now secretly trying to push an anti-trans agenda, which would essentially just be all of this stuff about like how there shouldn't be any books that talk about sexuality and how, you know, these books might be just a little inappropriate for kids. And that's an easy place to start because, again, yeah, I don't want my kid getting like hypersexualized. He's young. He's a small child. He's gonna start kindergarten soon. Like, I don't need that shit. But at the same time, he's gonna learn about it someday. You know, one day. Like, I gotta make sure that he's ready for that day. And 18 is a great idea, but at the same time, like, I don't know about you guys, but I had sex for the first time at like 15. Like, what are you gonna do about that, right? Like, if you start at 18, it's too late. I've been having sex for 3 years. Who knows? You know? And that's why we need to focus on sex education. That's why, like, healthy sex education is really important, right? And, like, by healthy sex education, like, you know, first off, kids need to know how to make babies, like, really early so that they don't fuck that shit up, right? Like, at the very least, the very basics, like seed, egg, penis, vagina, boom. You don't have to get really complicated, just stuff like that. After that, then you can get into what sexual health looks like, what a like healthy relationship would be. Like, I remember one of the classes that they gave us for one of the classes they gave us for sex ed was all about abusive relationships. And like, this is how you spot an abusive relationship. And I was like, this is actually great because I didn't know that texting somebody 30 times in the span of an hour was considered aggressive. I realized that it's not if they're all like cute emojis, but at the same time, meh. Like, I don't need to talk to anybody that many times in a day, you know? And there's like random little things that like you just might never ever know because your parents won't talk to you about it. Your family keeps that as like a prude little secret. And, you know, your school is now banned from telling you too much. So I don't know. It's a weird line. But the point here is that Christian nationalists have declared war on trans people. And whether you think that's okay or not, you should know that there is an agenda behind it, and it's basically an easy scapegoat, right? Like, easy scapegoat, easy target. Nobody wants their kids getting violated, but again, nobody thinks of the fact that all they had to do to stop that from happening is change the bathrooms to not have a group area. Like, that's still so fucking weird to me. And I know that everywhere does it. I know it's all around the world, but like, bathrooms are my time. Like, especially now that I'm an adult, like now that I have a kid, like literally that kid is on my ass 24/7. If I go to take a shit, he'll be knocking at the door being like, "Daddy, daddy, daddy, you can't do it alone. I got to read with you." And I'm like, "I got this one, man. I can handle it. I'm a big boy." But the point here is that's all we need. Just a bathroom, just a moment of privacy. Sink, toilet, done. We'd have to give up the urinal, and I do apologize for that because I'm the first one to say I love them urinals, but God, they gotta go, you know. Anyways, moving on to what I was moving on to before, China. Xi Jinping.
They're meeting on deepening their economic ties and managing Putin's invasion of Ukraine, which they call
We got lost on that one.
The Ukraine crisis. CBS News foreign correspondent Remy Inocencio has more.
Choreographed pageantry for the world to see.
Cool.
Xi Jinping and Vladimir
Cool.
Putin issuing their joint statement on Ukraine.
决定自身立场
China remains impartial, said Xi, on the side of peace and right side of history.
和平и могут быть взяты за
China's plan could form a basis for a settlement, said Putin, but the West and Kyiv are not ready for it. That plan.
Right. So, for those of you still needing to catch up, China, Russia had a meeting. They were trying to discuss a whole bunch of stuff. They said that they wouldn't really talk about, Ukraine, but obviously they did. And China's definitely going to try to be so what China wants to do now is they want to be the arbiter of peace. They want to be what the U.S. has been for a long time, kind of just exerting their political power and saying, hey, listen, you guys need to fix this in a nonviolent way. We won't talk about America's war crimes here, but it was also the 20th anniversary of war crimes in Iraq, things happen, right? But the point here is China wants, great job. Yeah, China wants to be the middleman. They want to be the guy that just walks in and says, listen, you want this, you want that, let's meet in the middle, right? Ukraine refuses, because again, it's their borders, it's their sovereignty that's being infringed upon. They don't like that shit. Neither would we, neither would anybody, but here we are. Russia is fine with it because, again, the deal probably favors them at least slightly. So the thing is, China's trying to do this by basically saying, like, we are going to put some pressure here or there, whatever it takes to grow this economic tie. They don't want the U.S. getting involved because the U.S. has been involved basically everywhere all the time. And they say, like, this is more our corner, our problem kind of business. But what everybody needs to realize, and again, Ukraine is not Ukraine versus Russia. It is literally the West versus Russia. Ukraine is just putting up the bodies. Okay? We are funding the guns, we are putting the tanks, we are putting the everything. So when we're talking about the war in Ukraine, it is literally the West versus Russia. All right? Possibly Russia and some allies, as we're going to look into here today. But here we go.
Plan has been derided by the West for not demanding Russia's military to withdraw. She attempting to act as peacemaker in the war, yet never condemning Putin's invasion. The two authoritarian leaders, side by side, further trying to present themselves as a twin counterweight to U.S. influence in the world. It looks like the West indeed intends to fight Russia until the last Ukrainian, said Putin. Russia will respond accordingly.
Did you hear him? He admitted what I've been saying. He's like, the West will fight Russia till the last Ukrainian. I'm so sorry, the boss. We are definitely talking about Russia. Now, look, here's the thing. I have nothing against the Russian people. Right? I think the Russian people are great, hardy folk. I've heard some things about their fatalist ideology. I agree too. Life sucks and I don't mind dying whenever. But when it comes to this, we're talking about the government, right? We're not talking about the Russian people. We're talking about the government. And again, I'm glad you love living there. Like, that's great. That's awesome. Live wherever you want. But we're talking about the Russian government. We're talking about the fact that Russia is fighting a war against the West, right? We could say that it's because they violated borders, which is fine because they did, right? But the point here is, like, the governments are the ones fighting this, right? The Russian government is pushing in on these borders. They are infringing on rights. And then the U.S. is funding for that. But you could also say that the U.S. has been putting restrictions on both of these countries for a long time. Like, they're both kind of to blame here. I'm not trying to make this out into oh, both sides are equal. No, they're not. But at the same time, the U.S. does war crimes like this all the time, right? Like the U.S. literally walked into Iraq, Fallujah. There's all the stuff they did in South and Central America. Like, we do war crimes like nobody's business, right? The problem here is that governments are a way of justifying violence. They're a way of directing violence in a justified manner. Now, you could see that with the police force. Police forces are there to implement violence against people that are undesirable in society. Again, we're not going to get into exactly what that means in every case, but for some people that's drug dealers, for some people that's revolutionists, for some people that's gays. Like, each government decides where they are going to aim their violence. Most of them try to use it to keep some sort of peace internally, but it's all about directing that violence. So Russia directing that violence onto Ukraine to prevent violence being done onto them through Ukraine, which is what they're, pushing as their thing. Again, was there violence being threatened before that? Not really sure, which is kind of what makes that kind of pissing off. But the violence here is being, pushed on either side. China, same thing. We've been telling them Taiwan isn't theirs forever, right? Like, we've been telling them, like, hey, it's this or that. It's this or that. It's this or that. Be communist or fascist. Choose if you had no option. Jesus Christ. Look, the point is, you gotta put your violence somewhere, right? And China is saving their violence. They are kind of using it against the Uyghurs and everybody, like, not great. But they are trying to say, like, we will use violence in these scenarios on these people. But US has been basically pushing them this way, that way, this way, that way for the last, like, nearly a decade at this point. Like, we've been ignoring their whole Taiwan is ours business ever since they started. Then after that, we started violating their claims in the South China Sea. Then after that, we started putting troops on Taiwan, and now we started a trade war with Taiwan. Oh, well, no, trade war and then troops. But the point is, we're pushing lots of buttons here. All right? And then China's responding, not violently, but maybe not totally peacefully. They threw a balloon up over our airspace. They started this faux peace deal with Putin. We don't know. But the point is, it's about how you implement your violence, right? The U.S. says this is the way you implement violence. And if you are implementing it in another way, then you are wrong. And you are unjust, or whatever the fuck they want to call it. And that's when they decide unilaterally to overthrow or not overthrow your government. So in this case, we are trying to put pressure on Russia, whatever way we can, so that they oust Putin as their leader and give up the war in Ukraine. Will that happen? Who's to say? Probably won't happen for a while if they get China's backing, but...
While world powers talked around Ukraine, inside the war-torn country, President Vladimir Zelensky paid his respects to fallen soldiers, while Ukrainians bear the brunt of constant Russian shelling. What's your day-to-day life here? What do you do when you wake up before you go to bed?
I'm sorry, that guy in the press, he's like totally suited up. I did not see that coming.
For fewer deaths, says Lilia, it's very scary because people die every day just going about their business.
That's terrible. Is that a dead body? I can't show that.
State visit with Vladimir Putin, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky says he has now invited China's leader for talks. Zelensky says that he's receiving some signals, but there are no specifics yet. John?
Remy Inocencio in Kyiv, Ukraine. Thank you. Saurabh Gupta joins me now. He's a specialist on Asia-Pacific international relations at the Institute for China-America Studies. Saurabh, what do you think is the real purpose of...
Okay, I don't want to see this guy. I just wanted to see what they said. China's new peacemaker diplomacy. What is this?
Chinese President Xi Jinping met with his Russian counterpart during a state visit to Moscow.
Yeah, so essentially the idea here is if China and Russia can kind of team up, they would make a suitable counterweight to the U.S., right? Buses here who go to Ukraine have NATO branded all over the buses. Yeah, oh yeah, fuck yeah. That's what you need. Because you gotta have something on it so that you don't get bombed. Goddamn. But, look, the point here is, China, Russia, they want to team up. They want to be able to work together. And when they do, they could make a suitable counterweight to the U.S. influence, right? That's why BRICS was started, which we've talked about BRICS before. It's Belarus, Russia, India, China. And the whole idea behind these things, is Saudi Arabia in there? BRICS. Not important. If I forgot about it, I'm sorry. Maybe it is important, but it's not important to the thing I'm talking about right now. The point is that if you put them all together, right, and then you weigh that against the U.S., NATO, and everybody, it's kind of even, right? And that's the goal. They basically, we spent years after World War II basically telling Russia that they were wrong because they chose communism. Technically, we could have made a stronger argument if instead of focusing on communism, we had focused on the purges that they made of their own people in, like, the different armies and all the other shit that they did post World War II and a little bit during World War II. That's a much easier thing to stack on. But we basically said that we weren't going to do business with them. We started the Cold War, and that Cold War led to sanctions on most of Russia, or the Soviet Union at the time. Those sanctions led to those countries basically not being able to do business with most of the world. And there's only really so much that you can trade inside of your own country before it ultimately falls apart. So yeah, Russia eventually had to give up on communism. You could say that they had to give up because of the way they implemented it, but it could also have been through the way that, the US exerted pressure on them. They still, they're still pushing, they're still doing great, as we can see, right? But they did have to give up on the form of communism that they were pursuing as the Soviet Republic. They changed into the Russian Federation. They've been pushing strong since then. But the point here is that we caused that to them. We pushed them into that, right? If they can push back on that. Wait, the B stands for Brazil? Are you sure about that? Hold on. No way. Sorry. I know this is really a left track. Hold on. There's no way. There's no way it stands for Brazil, right? It does? Ah. How did actually, this makes a lot of sense how this happened. There's Bolsonaro, there's Modi. Oh, yeah, no, never mind. I totally understand how this happened. And the last one was South Africa? Oh, boy. Wow, I really goofed that one. Oh my God. I mean, I understand how it happened. I mean, look, Bolsonaro, Modi, and I don't know who the last guy is, but 4 can meet a 5. But oh shit. Okay. Well, thank you. I did not realize that. I'll probably be on for like another hour or two, as long as it takes to get through this. So the point here is that they needed a suitable counterweight. They needed something that they could use the United States, because the United States has been running the show for so fucking long that there really is no way to, get out of this. So Russia comes in, the US come in, they're trying to meet in the middle, but they don't want to go to war because, God, I've got just so many nukes, and so do you. What are we going to do? Ukraine. And so we're in Ukraine having this war, and honestly, I don't know how much longer we can put up with it. Like, it's already been a year. It's already almost been 2. Like, what are we going to do? It's just China 90%. Yeah, I bet it's mostly just China. But the point is that they are trying to see if they can become the new world superpower. Technically, in an ideal world, there wouldn't just be one world superpower. There'd be many world superpowers. Again, the whole freedom thing should be ringing out everywhere, right? Everybody should be doing well, right? But I know we can get into it. I have a whole video on the cost of capitalism. It really sucks. South Africa sucks. Brazil is meh, and India will not fight with China. Yeah, India. Yeah. So again, this could just come down to China and Russia. But again, you got it. The goal of the game is to win, and that is great. But you have to define what winning is. So there's a game that I could play it on stream. I guess I like the game. It's called Civilizations, right? And in Civilizations, you pick a country, you pick an empire, you play it out, and then there's the victory conditions. The victory conditions are one of the following. It does not have to be all of them, but just one of the following. You either A, defeat all the other capitals and take over in a military victory. You B, create some kind of world monetary fund, some kind of international monetary, I don't know what the rest of it would be, but some kind of money thing that everybody gets paid into, because then you are the economic victor. You could create something where all the countries come together, almost like some kind of cultural meeting place, something like a United Countries, United, what is it? United, who knows? But something where all the countries come together, united, almost like nations that come together to talk about things. That's a cultural victory. Then there's the scientific victory, which is where you just get out of Dodge. You literally make a spaceship and you go to another planet because you don't want to be here anymore. And then there's no, I know, D-Plus, I got you. And then I think there's another one, but it's a religious victory, I think, and you just win by converting everybody to your religion. I don't know. I don't think I ever got that last one. But the point is, those are the victory conditions to winning the world, I guess you could call it. The problem is the United Nations has absolutely no power. They literally are just constantly sitting there like, yeah, they want to demilitarize the whole world until they're the only military. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, NATO is exactly that. You guys got it. UN, though, UN has absolutely no power. They have peacekeepers, and they're left to basically go places and then just stand there looking tough. Actually, Haiti is getting some NATO peacekeepers soon, just to calm down some of the gang violence and shit. But, like, it's what I was saying before. Governments exist to implement violence. Okay? They implement violence in a way that is suitable to their needs. And that is what governments exist to do. Now, I believe that a government should have more functions than just that. A government should also provide for its citizens, providing safety and a measure of, success in their lives. Like, not to help, like, make them succeed, but just give them the opportunity to succeed. Like, if you live in a country and there are no good jobs around, that's your government's fault for making it so unattractive to jobs, Sorry, we're getting really off track here. The point here is NATO wants to be the strongest military in the world. Russia doesn't find that very comforting. They find it threatening. And again, why wouldn't you? Because literally, governments exist to implement their violence in the ways that they see fit. Russia saw it fit to invade Ukraine. We did not. So, boom, violence, right? Police find drug addicts to be unwanted in society, so they take them out. Not police, but we as a people. Boom. So we implement violence against drug addicts. Like, it's just a way of how do you implement that violence? Where do you aim it? And that's why the US spends so much in military, because we are literally just gun manufacturers. Our business is war. So of course we need to be there when a war is going on. Like, that's what we do. We have the biggest army. We spend the most on the military. It'd be dumb if we did all that and then didn't show up where the violence was. But the point is, America decided to take on this like international cop role, and we've been buying into it for so long and paying into it for so long that literally we don't know what to do if it isn't war. It's gotten so bad that literally we can pull this up. You know what? We can pull this up. Why not? I'll pull this up. I'm going on a rant anyways. I saw 60 minutes. Actually, I think it was a 60 minutes thing. Hold on. 16 minutes. Boom. So this came out the other day. Talking about, is the Navy ready? How the U.S. is preparing amid a naval whatever thing. They're saying that China is defending the sea and the U.S. is preparing its naval troops. Now, here's the thing. The Navy came out with a little boat. I'm trying to find if we can find it. It's called the Little Shitty Boat. How do I look up Little Shitty Boat? Did I do this? Nope. I just want to find the Little Shitty Boat. Once I find this, you guys are going to laugh. I know. Where is the... It's going to be the same one, isn't it? All right, fine.
The United States Navy helped secure victory in 2 world wars and the Cold War. Today, the Navy remains a formidable fighting force, but even often...
we're going to go to here. Hold on. Sorry, I know this is like 15, 16 minutes into this. If you guys want to watch this, it's 60 minutes. It's on YouTube.
And so ours has to be a maritime strategy.
Republican Mike Gallagher and Democrat Elaine Luria served together on the House Armed Services Committee in the last Congress.
What is it about the U.S. Navy that has allowed the two of you to find common cause?
I think we share a sense of the urgency of the moment. We see increasing threats from China in particular in the Indo-Pacific. We feel like we're not moving fast enough to build.
By the way, this is U.S. propaganda. Just so everyone's clear. If you watch this whole 60 Minutes thing, it's U.S. propaganda. It's war propaganda, and it's meant to get us riled up for China, but it's war propaganda. That's what this is.
Build a bigger Navy.
Congressman Gallagher is a Marine veteran who represents Green Bay, Wisconsin. He chairs the new House Committee on China. He's concerned that under the Navy's current plan, the fleet will shrink to 280 ships by 2027. The same year, the CIA says China has set for having the capability to take Taiwan by force.
So we
Shit!
will be weakest when our enemy is potentially strongest.
China's increased rhetoric and potential aggression against Taiwan, we're going to have to be ready to respond today.
And again, this is all to get you geared up. This is, especially if you're an American, this is to get you thinking, oh shit, China's coming. I got to go to war. Duh. And it's going to keep coming. They're going to keep pushing this. Because they're talking about China's rhetoric has been really, really bad lately. Oh no. It's almost like we had some sort of president that kept going around mispronouncing it by going China all the time. Like, oh boy, listen to that.
With the forces we have today.
Former Congresswoman Elaine Luria represented Virginia Beach until this past January. An Annapolis graduate, Luria had a 20-year naval career before being elected to Congress.
Okay, but why does she always look like she was the same age? Why did all these pictures show?
Potentially.
No, we're not going to focus on her physical looks. We're focusing on just the ideas. Never mind.
Over 2 decades. I mean, I served on 6 different ships. Every single one of those ships was either built during or a product of the fleet that was built in the Cold War.
Both Mike Gallagher and Elaine Luria have lobbied for government money for the shipyards in or near their districts. But they say that.
Here we go. So they're going to start talking about the shipyards, right? So basically, we made a bunch of new ships, right? And they're gonna get into this. But the idea was that the U.S. had ships, but all of them are kind of old now. So we need some newer ships. We need some fresh blood. And so she did. Yeah, she said she's been on like 3 different boats. But the point is that they're saying we need fresh boats. We need new boats. And again, I agree with all this. We should not have boats that are older than like 50 years. Because honestly, past that, they're going to have problems. They're going to have problems keeping up with modern technology. They're definitely going to have problems fighting against modern technology. Like, it's going to be hard. So if we have naval ships older than 50 years, which we definitely do, they need a little revamp. You know, we need a bit of a refresher, a little bit of a update. So that's what they're lobbying for. They're lobbying for money on that. Again, this is pretty much just war propaganda, but we're still going to keep watching it because it's good war propaganda.
This is less about jobs and more about national security.
Yeah, and so they say they're passing it back to their states because, again, it's about national security. You can say it's about national security. It's still about jobs, too, because it's nice to bring that back home and say, hey, guys, remember that business deal I got for all the shipbuilders out here? That was me. Vote me. It's good.
Get this right. All of these other things we're doing in Congress, ultimately, that might not matter.
If you think about what a coherent grand strategy vis-a-vis China would be, hard power would be the most important part of that, and the Navy would be the most important component of your hard power investments.
Over the last 2 decades, the Navy spent $55 billion on 2 investments that did not pan out. The first was a class of destroyers known as the Zumwalt.
Okay, and so here we come to the problem, which is that we've spent all this money and we don't really have much to show for it.
Futuristic fighting ships were supposed to revolutionize naval warfare. 32 were ordered, but only 3 were ever launched.
No. What? So we got 10% of this? Oh,
Ship,
shit.
by one estimate, was upwards of $8 billion, making them the 3 most expensive destroyers ever put to sea.
What?
Another example is the Littoral Combat Ship, or
Ah, the Littoral Combat Ship, the little shitty ship.
LCS.
The little crappy ship. Now I understand why you couldn't find it.
Designed to be a fast, all-purpose warship for shallow waters. $30 billion later, the program ran aground.
See that? Do you know what that is? That's a tow. This is a like $300 million, $500 million ship getting towed. And actually, I think they said it was more expensive than that, to be honest. Hold on.
Ever put to sea. Another example is the Littoral Combat Ship, or LCS, designed to be a fast, all-purpose warship for shallow waters. $30 billion later, the program ran aground after structural defects and engine trouble. Within the Navy, the LCS earned the unfortunate nickname Little Crappy Ship.
The Navy's last few decades have been described as a lost generation of shipbuilding. Is that overly dramatic?
I don't think so. We're still struggling to build ships on time, on budget, and that's something we absolutely need to fix going forward.
This past week, we spoke with Admiral Mike Gilday at the Pentagon. He is the Chief of Naval Operations and is responsible for building, maintaining, and equipping the entire U.S. Navy.
By the way, just so everyone knows, they're thinking about cutting the funding to those ships. By the way, the little crappy ships, because they are literally like hundreds of millions of dollars over budget, and on top of that, they're just not. Well, they're not moving. They're not doing anything. They literally are stuck.
Is the Navy in crisis?
No, the Navy's not in crisis. The Navy is out on point every single.
This is such war propaganda. I love it. Is the Navy in crisis is the most softball question you could have given this guy. He immediately goes, no. And then suddenly we all feel better that our Navy isn't a piece of shit. Even though we just found out that over the last few decades, they have built basically nothing that functions. And so the only functioning warships are at least like, what, 50, 40 years old? Fuck.
Day.
Is it being outpaced by China?
No. Our Navy's still in a position to prevail, but that's not blind confidence. We are concerned with the trajectory that China's on, with China's behavior, but we are in a good position right now if we did ever get into a fight against them.
How would you describe what China has been able to do militarily over the last 20 years?
The most alarming thing is the growth of not only their conventional forces, but
look, there's nothing against this guy. I'm sure he's actually really, really great at his job, but he's definitely gotten this as like a pre-prepared statement. The questions are all pre-prepared. Like you can tell that this is obviously pre-prepared. Hey, yeah, it was cool meeting you too. Stop on by again. I do this every week. Yeah, I gotcha.
Also, there's strategic nuclear forces, there's cyber capability, there's space capability, and how they're using that to force other nations' navies out of certain areas in the South China Sea. Instead of recognizing international law, they want to control where those goods flow and how.
What lessons did the U.S. Navy?
Which again is just basic governmenting. We want to know where we put our things and how they get there. We want control over that. Like, let me put it this way. If you had a highway that could cross 5 different cities that were all massive trade ports in 5 different countries, you would tax the shit out of that. Why? Because that way you can get all the money from all the trade, and that's what governments do, right? So what China's trying to say is, this is my ocean that is literally up against my border. These are the countries around me. Why am I not in charge of them? Why is the U.S. here? And the U.S. just keeps pushing buttons. Now, I know that China's violated a lot of human rights. So again, it's not like we're, totally unjustified in this. But the question becomes, at what point does this justify war? And why do we keep looking for it? Why do we keep looking for another reason to justify this? Like, why are we always looking for a reason why it's okay for us to trample all over the rights of other countries by basically putting our armies all over the place, right? Like, I'm not saying China should be able to storm in and take whatever they want from the South China Sea or any of the surrounding countries, but I am saying that they're a sovereign country too. They should have the right to make deals that don't involve the United States getting in the middle of it. But they always do. And we are constantly pushing their buttons. So anyways,
Maybe learn from some of the shipbuilding mistakes of the last 20 years?
I think one of the things that we learned was that we need to have the design well in place before we begin bending metal. And
I am literally going to lose my mind with this. Holy shit. Yes, you should have a blueprint and a working prototype before you go and ask for hundreds of millions of dollars. What the? I don't know why this is triggering me so much. Oh my god. Look, I'm not even pissed at him. It's not even him. He didn't even do this. Like, that wasn't even his fucking problem. It's the people that fucking greenlit this shit. It's the people that just signed off and said, cool, yeah, have a couple billion. That's fine. Build those crappy ships. Like, and the worst part is that they signed off on paying even more money. Because then when the ship didn't work the first time, they said, oh, let's just do it. Like, can we look up the Littoral Combat Ship, please? I need to show you guys how fucking shitty this ship is. Like when I say it was a little crappy ship, look at this. The U.S. Navy hates it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another.
This is military TV. You can check them out. Cool, YouTube, all that.
LCS is a fast, agile, mission-focused platform designed to operate in nearshore settings. The LCS is capable of supporting maritime security, sea control, and deterrence.
So again, the idea was that you could basically like drop a helicopter on here, maybe just kind of boom, boom, quick little in and out kind of business. Like it's not a bad idea. You need something that's kind of just short. It just does missions. You don't need the whole fucking aircraft carrier. I get it.
Moreover, the Littoral Combat Ship is a class of small surface combatants armed with capabilities focused on defeating global challenges in the littorals. In addition, LCS is designed to provide joint force access in the littorals. Ships in this class can operate.
Is she trying to say littoral and she just keeps saying literal?
Independently or in high-threat environments as part of a networked battle force that includes larger, multi-mission surface combatants. Furthermore, the concept behind the Littoral Combat Ship, as described by former Secretary of the Navy Gordon R. England, is to create a small, fast, maneuverable, and relatively inexpensive member of the DDX family of ships.
Relatively inexpensive. It's the most expensive one.
The ship is easy.
Hold on. How much does the Littoral Combat Ship cost? It costs about $60 billion. For all of them? No, what about just one? One? Okay, no. This is what it said it was going to be. It said it was going to be 362 million. It came out to being a lot more. Around 500 million. Yeah, all right. So this is a $500 million boat. Just putting that up.
To reconfigure for different roles, including anti-submarine warfare, mine countermeasures, anti-surface warfare, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, homeland defense, maritime intercept, special operations, and logistics. Due to its modular design, the LCS will be able to replace slower, more specialized ships, such as minesweepers and larger amphibious-type assault ships. To be precise, the two first variants of LCS includes the Freedom class and the Independence class.
Okay, this is the military TV thing, but what? Can we get to the problem? What's the problems?
Each of this ship is slightly smaller than the U.S. Navy's Oliver Hazard Perry-class frigate, but larger than Cyclone-class patrol ships. Each has the capacity of a small assault transport, including a flight deck and hangar for housing two SH-60 or MH-60 Seahawk helicopters, a stern ramp for operating small boats, and the cargo volume and payload to deliver a small assault force with fighting vehicles to a roll-on or roll-off port facility. Another aspect to note that the LCS is the first U.S. Navy surface combatant class in a generation to not be outfitted with the Aegis combat system, though Aegis-equipped variants have been offered to foreign customers. Therefore, they have had suffered from problems in their communications and radars, and these need to be repaired accordingly. In addition, both LCS classes are unable to defend themselves effectively against anti-ship cruise missiles, which are frequently used in the littorals, but they do have...
All right. I looked it up. You were right. It's about $900 million for the B2s per B2. So this is cheaper than a B2. You're right. It is cheaper than a B2. But saying that the littoral combat ship is cheaper than our most advanced airships are probably not great. Right? Or some of our most advanced airships. I know we're making like better shit too. But like, not great. Especially when, again, we're gonna get to the problems area, but the problems are literally the ship doesn't fucking move. Like,
have more survivability to
like, let me put it this way. They're gonna really highlight the great parts of this, and I'm psyched. Like, there was a drone on there, they had fucking like guided missiles, like this shit's great. But it means nothing if it's not a boat first.
Disperse in shallow waters better than larger warships. In regard to the weaponry system, these ships are equipped with standard armaments such as NK 110-57mm
Look at the
guns
shells.
and 160
God,
airframe
huge.
missiles. They are also equipped with autonomous air, surface, and underwater vehicles. Possessing
Look at that. You get 3 little drones. I fucking love it.
lower air defense and surface warfare capabilities than destroyers, the LCS concept emphasizes speed, flexible mission modules, and a shallow draft.
Yeah, like I could totally see you taking a team of like, I don't know, you could probably take like a small platoon with this. I don't know how many would fit on there. But you could totally do like a quick mission in some like coastal area, you know? Like I get that. That's what it's for. You got literally everything you need. Actually, you probably even take a small squad with this. Like that's fine. But like what do you do next?
For the information, as of December 2019, a total of 35 littoral combat ships are planned, including 16 Freedom-class ships and 19 Independence-class ships.
There are not that many. 20. That was no. I think we have like 3, maybe 5.
The ships are assigned to either Littoral Combat Ship Squadron 1, which are based in San Diego, or Littoral Combat Ship Squadron 2, which are based in Mayport, Florida. To take a closer look, the first littoral combat ship, USS Freedom, was commissioned on 8 November 2008 in Veterans Park, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. While the second one, the Trimer and USS Independence, was commissioned on 16 January 2010 in Mobile, Alabama.
Okay, so we were working on it for like 10 years.
The Freedom was decommissioned.
I'm sure they're great, right?
As more literal...
What? Sorry, I skipped forward like 2 seconds. I didn't know that was going to happen. Okay.
Independence. After years of disappointing performance and corrosion issues that were causing the ship's hull to collapse in 2011. Moreover, these ships had endured numerous cost overruns and delays. At the end of September, under their LCS, the Freedom was decommissioned. As more littoral combat ships became operational, new issues arose. In 2015, one had to be pulled back to the port after mechanical issues. Moreover, according to the report by USNI, the Navy in 2018 didn't deploy a single LCS. The service was supposed to push forward 3 ships in fiscal year 2018 after a 2016 overhaul of LCS homeporting, command and control, and manning constructs. Since there were many problems existed, especially regarding TH engine and propulsion concerns, those all lead to mounting disappointment. For this reason, the Navy had enough by January 2021 and stopped all new deliveries. What seems to be the problems then?
What seems to be the problems?
One of the reasons can be having more designs that might cause more problems. The LCS has 2 separate designs from 2 different defense firms, which further complicating the acquisition program.
Okay, wait. This is not the problem. The problem is the ship doesn't fucking move. You just told me it had propulsion issues. Oh my god.
The Independence class is an aluminum trimaran, while the Freedom class is a monohull. Each one cost around $360 million. Both classes of ships have issues with maintenance. Critics question their capacity to survive a gun war, and the engines also were not working properly. Moreover, one of the unique points of the ships was that different missions, such as anti-piracy and counter-terror, could be systematically swapped out. However, that feature was ended after a myriad of difficulties. The Navy then attempted to incorporate the Naval Strike Missile into several LCS versions. That is likely promising, but keeping the LCS at sea rather than docked for repairs remained one of the main difficulty. In another word, it can be predicted that the biggest issue was the 2 designs. The ships
Wait. They just say the problem was keeping it at sea instead of in a maintenance port because then we couldn't repair it. Is she trying to tell me that it spends more time in maintenance than, oh my god, than out at sea? This is insane. How do we let this happen?
had different problems depending on who manufactured them. Maintenance costs has increased. In this case, the Navy figured out that missile frigates could perform the same missions. Moreover, it is mentioned that the littoral combat ship program has always been excessively complicated from the beginning. The Navy originally planned for each ship to cost $220 million, according to the Project on Government Oversight, but the Government Accountability Office estimates that procurement costs for the first 32 ships are now over $21 billion. $220 million, according to the Project on Government Oversight.
Wait, so are they telling me that this is 10 times over budget?
The Navy originally planned for each ship to cost $220 million, according to the Project on Government Oversight, but the Government Accountability Office estimates that procurement costs for the first 32 ships are now over $21 billion, or roughly $655 million per ship, nearly three times what they were supposed to cost.
I should have just waited. I didn't know she was going to explain that, but oh no!
Additionally, according to the most recent Select Acquisition Report, the program's 3 mission packages total nearly $7.6 billion. From this explanation, it can be said that large cost overruns, a lack of combat survivability and lethality uncovered during operational testing.
Okay, so see, this is what I'm talking about with government spending too much. Because I agree that these ships are a great idea. I do not agree that we should be spending 3 times over our budget to try to make them a reality. Especially not in their current form, because clearly they don't fucking work. Like, they don't move. Again, if you told me that I was going to make you the greatest car in the world, it'll take you anywhere you want, it's going to be amazing, blah, 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 you just need to put the money down for it. And then for the next 20 years, I don't even get to see that car leave the garage, I'm fucking canceling that order. Like, what the fuck?
Deployments, and nearly devastating technical problems and schedule delays in each of the mission modules have already forced the LCS into many major concerns that leads to program improvements. Lastly, it took nearly 2 decades for the Navy to recognize that the LCS program had failed. In 2014, the Sailing Division reduced LCS procurement from 55 to 32 ships. Congress eventually added...
They were going to buy 55 of these? Oh no.
3 more ships, bringing the total number of ships in the class to 35. As a
you gotta keep it even.
consequence, the Navy intends to replace the 20 canceled LCS with 20 modern missile frigates. To realize this mission of 2019, the service requested $1 billion from Congress for the first ship in the new class. The new frigate, unlike the LCS in its original form, will be a conventional warship with a large crew and hardwired systems. For this reason, the Navy undoubtedly expects that the new ship will be more deployable than the LCS. If you find this video is interesting, don't forget.
Cool. All right, so that was a military TV thing talking about the little crappy ships. I'm sorry, the littoral combat ships. Listen, you guys can have whatever opinion you want, but this is the war we've been preparing for, all right? We're ready. This is the time. It's time. We fucked up. We should not have been spending all this money on these goddamn things. Like, how did we manage to spend $20 billion building crappy ships that literally no one's going to use? What do we do with these now? Oh, yeah. So things have gone kind of screwy. Things have gone kind of wild in Russia. Russia, Ukraine, the whole war. Here, I'm going to check out the Russia stuff for just like one more little instant.
A close look, exclusive video from the Norwegian Air Force of what it says is a Russian nuclear submarine's periscope peeking above the water, right over Norway's oil and gas pipelines in the North Sea. Russian warships and fighters passing through sensitive waters between Norway and Scotland. For the Norwegian Navy, high alert. We spent 3 days, 2 nights on a priority NATO assignment with the Norwegian ship Sortland, watching over the vulnerable drilling platforms, thousands of miles of pipelines, and the maze of internet and telecom lines that stretch from...
Look at that. Yeah, most people don't realize this. The internet is literally just a bunch of wires. Like when they're talking about the internet and telecom lines, like these are literally wires that just like people put down between these countries. Really, really well protected wires, but wires. That's why people want to get into the whole satellite game, but like wires. And so if you attack these, you could make this area vulnerable. Actually, theoretically, one of the best attacks that you could probably do is tagging out the internet for all of these areas, because internet, telecommunications, all of it. You can just take it down, you're good. But there's a much easier way to do this. You could just EMP the whole thing, and every electronic in the area just goes down. But yeah, so they're monitoring this area, which I think has gas pipelines and oil.
From Europe to America. The concern Russia could one day attack the internet and energy pipeline.
It's 2 in the morning here on the North Sea. The wind is howling, the seas are rough, and it is very cold. The mission for this boat is to patrol around that platform on behalf of NATO, looking for saboteurs or unusual Russian activity.
It was last September when someone blew up.
This isn't even Ukraine, by the way. This is Norway.
Running from Russia to Germany, 260 feet beneath the surface. So far, no conclusive proof of who did it. But NATO says Russia has since increased its naval activity in Norway's economic waters.
And see, technically you could say, well, Russia is just trying to make sure that, Norway's pipelines are well defended and they want to make sure that everything's safe. But they're not. We know that. We're not fooled by this, right? But again, this is that same war propaganda. You just keep pushing, like, this is shitty, this is happening, this is terrible, and suddenly you're like, wartime.
Usual interest in your gas and oil pipelines and infrastructure.
Definitely. They're around this area more than once. They're going back and forth. They're following the pipelines. So they have a suspicious activity.
This month, NATO has been holding show-of-force exercises in the far north as Norway defends its 123-mile land border with Russia. Right across that border, Russia's biggest naval base.
This is Murmansk here. This is Murmansk, and it is perhaps the world's largest concentration of nuclear weapons.
Vice Admiral Rune Andersen commands the Norwegian Navy. NATO's network of ocean floor sensors, he says, has recently detected much more unpredictable Russian sub-activity.
And also they have had some maneuvers that I could describe as more aggressive.
NATO helicopters drop sonar buoys, listening for Russian subs. Norway's foreign minister says the world now recognizes how critical its oil and gas fields are to the global economy.
That we really need to protect the whole infrastructure system. And also
yeah, because they realize it too. Once you cut energy, oil, gas, everything else, there really is not a lot left. Like, we've created an infrastructure, an economy, a society surrounded by electricity, cars, heating, all stuff that we get from oil and gas. Like, we didn't make an alternative. We didn't really focus anywhere. Again, there's incentives here and there for you to focus on other things like solar and renewable energy. But for the most part, we are tied to gas and oil. Even if tomorrow everyone agreed that global warming sucks, and global warming does suck, but even if we agreed tomorrow that all of climate change is real and all the global warming things suck, we are not just getting off oil. Like, it's not suddenly like a unplug it and we're all good kind of deal, right? We create an infrastructure that depends on these things. We can't just kick them out of the economy. Like, how many trucks run on gasoline? How many of those trucks carry food, carry water, carry all the important things that you need from one place to another? They need to be there. This just needs to happen. So, as much as I would love for renewable energy to be a thing, we're stuck with gas and oil. And there's just no way around it.
So we are prepared for everything.
NATO warship Foxtrot 333. This is Whiskey 342. Over.
We saw the new urgency as our ship was pulled into a secret NATO operation. So off of our port side, we have just now had visitors. 3 NATO warships have shown up. 1, 2, 3 helicopters in the air right next to that very important Norwegian gas platform. This is about sending a message to Russia.
Are they all there?
NATO is on guard,
never
on
mind.
patrol, and takes this very seriously. High atop the biggest
Yeah,
platform.
well, what they're saying is like, hey, listen, if you do anything here, we'll know. And that's a war with NATO. Again, it's the threat of violence. It's dispensing violence.
Out here, the head of NATO announced
We'll just call it out
the
when we see it.
alliance will protect North Sea oil and gas.
President Putin failed in his attempt to use energy as a weapon.
With war raging in Ukraine, the stakes in this forbidding expansive
Really?
ocean
Because, I
are
mean,
very
he used
high.
it pretty well.
Tom Costello, NBC News on the North Sea.
The Ukrainians went without power for most of winter. Like, did not go well. I don't want to beat this to death. But yeah, look, we don't know how long the support's going to last. Europe is struggling. All right. Norway's struggle busing. I don't know how this is going to go. And what is this, 4 days ago? Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's check this out. Let's see what it's like.
We're here in Munich, where thousands of people have come out to call for peace.
It's a Vice
and mention
documentary.
The German government's support for Ukraine in the war with Russia. There's a growing divide in Germany today between those who want the government to continue sending weapons to the Ukrainian military and those who want it to stop.
Schluss mit den deutschen Waffenlieferungen in Kriegsgebiete. Schickt endlich Diplomaten statt Granaten.
Yeah, so again, these are the peace people that always say, like, hey, man, just try it with peace, man. No more war, man.
So why have you come here to Munich to protest today?
Just, in my opinion, not good. Participating in a war that's not direct confronting us. And at least I think delivering weapons saves no lives and makes no peace.
If Germany were invaded by a much more powerful army, wouldn't you want other countries supporting you and sending you weapons to be able to defend yourself?
First of all, in my point of view, they need to stop immediately the war and discuss about how you can have peace again. At the moment, it seems
what did that say?
Discuss about how.
Stop the Nunen Gorbs. Alright. And upload niet als ware. Alright, okay, whatever, fuck. Anyways, look.
How you can.
These people are focused on like, hey, listen, you need peace. You need peace. You need peace. Peace. Peace, man. Peace. We've talked about peace. We talked about peace with Japan. Japan's got peace. They enforce peace at all costs. In fact, they don't send weapons. They send money and tell you to specifically not use it on weapons. Or they send peaceful people to do peaceful things. Non-combatants. Which is great. I love peace. Everybody loves peace. Peace is great. The problem becomes that, again, governments are basically there to dispense violence. They are there to dispense the violence in a way that the society deems appropriate. And so, in this case, we want to dispense violence against the Russian troops. Why? Because Russia is infringing upon Ukraine's sovereignty. Great. That's why. But again, the more that you start drawing lines in the sand, the more that you start saying, well, you know, technically we shouldn't use violence unless blah, blah, blah. The more you shouldn't use violence because da-da-da-da-da-da. It does leave you vulnerable. Sweden knows that. Sweden built a fuck ton of bunkers, and they promise to maintain their neutrality in almost every sense because they just don't want to get involved. But the problem becomes that everybody's still scared of a World War II like scenario where, you know, maybe you allow one thing to happen and then another thing and then another thing, and then suddenly you've got an overwhelming force coming to basically steamroll the entire European continent. And that's what they're scared of. That's why you don't just allow a little bit of injustice here and there, especially on a sovereign nation. But let's keep going. Let's see what's
Can
going on.
have peace again. At the moment, it seems they want to kick us in a third world war.
Yes.
Since the start of Russia's invasion 1 year ago, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has stood side by side with other Western leaders in offering billions in military support to Ukraine. But for many of these protesters, sending weapons to a conflict outside their borders is an escalation that puts them at odds with a country they don't see as an enemy. Does that mean then, I mean, I see you standing here with the flag of the Russian Federation, that you support Russia and its war on Ukraine?
No, not like this. I just want to show that we should be friends. It makes no sense to have a war enemy on the same continent. We should be friends together. So for me, it makes more sense being a friend and have good
Tell your friends to stop being a bully
instead of America, for example.
They know it too. US ain't go home. They're saying we don't need you here. And technically, we could all just leave. We don't have to get involved. But if we did do that, they would be a lot more upset because Germany does not know the amount that we support their military. But it's a lot. Or at least these Germans don't seem to understand. It's a lot.
In 2022, Germany gave more than $2 billion in military support to Ukraine and plans to send $2.5 billion more in 2023. Demonstrations like this one increased after the government's recent decision to send German-made tanks to Ukraine.
Wir werden der Ukraine auch Kampfpanzer zur Verfügung stellen vom Typ Leopard 2. Und ich will ausdrücklich sagen, es war richtig und es ist richtig.
Germany isn't the only NATO member where calls for peace negotiations with Russia are getting louder. The UK, France, Italy, and several other countries saw protests in recent weeks, as polls indicate support for weapons deliveries to Ukraine is slipping among Europeans, with only about half still in favor. As the war drags on with no end in sight, it's an issue that is likely to further polarize opinions. So this right here shows the division within Germany today.
Look at that. They've all got the Ukrainian flag. They're all flipping them off, saying, hey, listen, all you got to do is keep on supporting the Ukrainians. It's not that hard.
We have one protest that's calling for the German government to stop sending weapons to the Ukrainians, and another protest here that's calling for the Germans to do more to support the Ukrainians in the war with Russia.
Russland ist ein Terrorstaat! Russland ist ein Terrorstaat!
Yep. Russia is a terrorist state. Oops.
They're demanding that the German government stop sending weapons. Why is that a problem?
Because without weapons, Ukraine will lose. And that's that they want to achieve, actually.
You can do diplomacy with someone who is willing to compromise. Russia has to withdraw from Ukraine, including Crimea, and then we can sit down and negotiate.
You want them to send more weapons?
Absolutely, yes. Including submarines.
More weapons.
And
submarines.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Und wir werden, und das vereint uns hier bei aller parteipolitischen Debatte in vielen Dingen, das vereint die Demokraten in Deutschland. Wir stehen an der Seite der Ukraine.
Okay.
One of the most outspoken politicians in Germany in favor of sending weapons to
Why didn't they
Ukraine
ask the French?
Is Marie-Agnes Strack-Zimmermann, a member of parliament from the governing coalition. You've been one of the most vocal supporters in the German government in supporting Ukraine. Why do you support so strongly sending weapons to the Ukrainian government?
First of all, to see what happens in Ukraine, in the heart of Europe. It's the first time after the Second World War that Europe is in war again. You have always to explain to people that this attack from Russia to Ukraine attacks the whole free world, not only in Europe.
But are you worried at all that Western governments continuing to send weapons
just because they
to the
didn't
Ukrainian government?
Look, Russia loves their loopholes. Okay, they love finding a little loophole here, loophole there. That's why they managed to actually start this war in Ukraine, because they started by saying, oh, you know, I didn't really belong there or something, or blah 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 this or blah blah that, and then they just kind of snuck in there, right? What they did with Ukraine was they said they're not part of NATO, they're not a part of the European Union, so we can take it. What they said with the UN after they took it was, hey, listen, we're part of the Permanent Security Council, so we can veto anything. So we're going to veto any talks about me ending my aggression against Ukraine. Got it? Got it. Love it. Like, they just exploit loopholes all the time. And that's what she's saying. She's saying they're going to exploit loopholes until they take over Europe. I don't know, but they definitely wanted Ukraine for that reason.
That there's a risk of the war being prolonged or even spreading outside of Ukraine?
No, I don't think so. There are 1 billion people belongs to NATO, and I'm more than sure that this NATO will be a good protection for all of us.
But from within parliament, dissent is growing, particularly from the far right and far left, for the German government to change course on Ukraine. Gregor Gysi from the Die Linke party has joined others from the German left in demanding an end to the government's support for the war.
You signed on to a memorandum that called for an end to military support for Ukraine because it couldn't win the war. Do you really think that's true?
Ich glaube, dass weder Russland noch die Ukraine den Krieg gewinnen kann. Russland militärisch von der Ukraine auch mit Hilfe des Westens nicht zu bezwingen ist. Aber Russland es auch nicht schafft, die Ukraine zu bezwingen, weil sie sich mit westlichen Waffen ziemlich gut verteidigen kann.
But surely you'd agree that Vladimir Putin is probably happy when he hears politicians like yourself calling for Western weapons to stop being sent to the Ukrainians.
Ja. Ja, das ist ja aber die Bedingung geknüpft, dass er einverstanden ist mit einem Waffenstillstand. Und insofern wird es ihm nicht ganz recht sein.
But aren't Western weapons giving the Ukrainians a stronger position in those negotiations that are inevitably going to take place?
I'm sorry, this dumbass is just hilarious. He's like, oh, well, we'll stop sending weapons if there's a ceasefire. There's not going to be a ceasefire if we stop sending weapons. Like, dumb. That's why we keep sending weapons, because there's not going to be a ceasefire until somebody stops trying to invade further into Ukraine. Like, come on.
Ja, von der aus jetzt ein Waffenstillstand möglich ist und dann auch Friedensverhandlungen möglich sind. Wenn man aber sagt, nein, wir machen keinen Waffenstillstand, erst wenn der letzte russische Soldat, was denn eigentlich, die neu besetzten Gebiete verlassen hat oder auch die Krim verlassen hat, oder heißt Sieg der Ukraine, dass die ukrainische Fahne auf den Kreml gehisst wird? Und deshalb wäre es doch viel klüger, alle NATO-Staaten sagen, wir liefern keine Waffen mehr, wenn es sofort einen Waffenstillstand gibt.
Okay, so what he's saying is we have to tell Russia that we'll stop sending weapons only when there's a ceasefire. Dumb, really dumb. And also that thing about, does it end when Ukraine has their flag over the Kremlin? No. It ends when Ukraine is whole again, when it has all of its territory back, not just a part of it. And by the way, the Nazis that they kept accusing people of, we talked about that, but the pro-Russian separatists in Crimea and in those places are basically just Russians. That they literally just said, like, oh, well, you know, why not? And they just made an excuse to invade. Like, they will make an excuse to keep going. They'll make an excuse to invade. They'll make an excuse to keep going. This is a dumb argument. Like, if not having more weapons was enough to stop them, they would have stopped right from the beginning. They would never have started. Because Ukraine had less weapons than them then. So they wouldn't have, like, this is a dumb argument. This is literally one of the dumbest arguments I've ever seen.
Damit keiner mehr getötet wird, keiner mehr verletzt wird und nicht immer mehr zerstört wird.
It's not just weapon shipments that Germans are clashing over. Refugees are also caught in the crossfire.
Where's that?
Germany currently hosts more than 1 million Ukrainian refugees, and opinions are changing about what the government should be doing to help them and for how.
Look at that, 1 year after, and they're like, nah, I don't want him here. And that's a 10% drop right there. Actually, that's a 14% drop right there. Oof, that's rough.
Long.
We're here in Dresden in eastern Germany, where the city is preparing to open a new center that'll host refugees, including those fleeing the war in Ukraine. Now, there's a number of far-right groups that are out here protesting. They're angry because they say that when the government offers such services to asylum seekers, what it's actually doing is inviting more people to come here.
Do you feel that cities like Dresden are at capacity for their ability to provide shelter to refugees coming from places like Ukraine and the Middle East?
Also nicht nur, meiner Meinung nach nicht nur Dresden, sondern ganz Sachsen hat.
Are you fucking kidding me? Why do they always look the same? Every fucking country, they always look the same. Oh, no, offer your promotion to your... Is that another bot? Is this the same thing? Wow, okay, cool. This is the disgusting proposal. Russia needs to be split in more parts. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, there is no real good solution here, right?
Mittlerweile so viele Flüchtlinge aufgenommen, dass wir das Duell nicht mehr stemmen können. Also
But caught in the middle of this fierce debate in Germany are Ukrainian refugees like Tanya. After months of being hosted by a German family, she's finally moving into her own place.
First time I was here and I looked in the window,
Mhm.
it was the reason that I chose this apartment. It was like a feeling of freedom.
Are we really going to get into this girl's life story? Okay, look, the point here is I don't know how long they're going to support it. It seems like they're getting more and more pissed every day. This is probably just a really, really poignant story about this woman. I get it. People got hurt by the war. They're getting displaced. Again, on this channel, I try to be as brass tacks with you guys. I try to just be direct. What I mean here is this sucks on all sides. It sucks for the refugees because they have nowhere to go. It sucks for the who's getting more pissed? I don't know. Look, everybody's pissed here. The point here is, look, these people are getting wronged. Everybody's getting wronged here. The refugees are getting wronged. The citizens are getting wronged. The war is getting wronged. But the point is that as much as we all wish for gracias. As much as we all wish for peace, it doesn't just poof and happen, right? Like, we don't just poof and have peace. Like, they keep saying, like, oh, if we just stop sending weapons, the war ends. Yeah, because then they die. Like, what? If we just don't send any more money, then the war ends. Yeah, because then they die. Like, it's not like if we just stop fighting, they do too. Like, no. Like, the guy who said, like, if we just stop sending them weapons, they'll stop. If that was the case, they wouldn't have started. Because we weren't sending weapons in the first place. Like, this is all just gross, is really what this is. It's a gross way of saying that war is never justified, and thus this war needs to end. And look, I get it, right? In an ideal world, there would be no war. But like I've been saying over and over and over again during this stream here, governments dispense violence. That's what they do. They do it, and they legalize violence in certain instances. Okay? Police are allowed to be violent when apprehending criminals. Society deems what a criminal is. Okay? Our American government has justified violence in many, many countries to do many, many things. Not all of them are good. All right? Like, there's a whole video that's just like every American war crime. And I'm like, that's not great. Okay? But we do that. All right? We all justify violence in one way or another. And technically, in an ideal world, we would not justify any kind of violence. Again, it's one of those things. We're trying to teach it. We're trying to pass it on to the next generation every time. A little more peace, a little more love, a little more spreading the warmth, all that good shit. But in an ideal world, that's what we would have. Not this one. We don't have an ideal world. We have our world, the real one. We can turn it into something better, but right now we got to work with what we have. Okay? Like, TikTok got banned in the country? Yeah, it already got banned in at least one country. India? I'm not sure. But the point here is we don't have an ideal world. Okay? And to make it an ideal world, some violence is necessary. This is a necessary show of violence, and stopping your support for it doesn't just suddenly fix the problem, right? So anyways, Europe is losing it, which is why we are now going to take a look at
We
France.
begin today's show in France, where unions say more than 3 million people took to the streets in a nationwide general strike Thursday to protest President Emmanuel Macron's deeply unpopular move to unilaterally raise the retirement age from 62 to 64 without giving the French Parliament a chance to vote on the plan.
All right, yeah, so she summed it up actually perfectly. I was going to give you guys a little sum up, but that was actually pretty great. So essentially what happened was Emmanuel Macron, the French president, decided to unilaterally change the retirement age from 62 to 64. Again, why is this so bad? You have a great point here. We raised it by 2 years. And again, people are living longer and longer and longer. It shouldn't be that much of a surprise to change it a little bit here and there, especially as the years go on. You know, boom, yep, get a job, retire in that much. Again, it's all about how long it takes to retire. But the point is that there have been ongoing talks for months in France. And the protests started a long time ago. All right. There's actually, I can look it up real quick so you guys can see it. There are pictures of the protests in France. This is going to take me 2 seconds. Boom. Social Security only counts the last 30 years. Does it? Oh man, Social Security is a fucking mess. But anyways, look, there's more than 1 million people demonstrating here. Let's find some images so I can kind of tell you guys a little bit more about it. So yeah, there's fires, there's stuff like that, smoke bombs. I was actually looking for hold on, garbage. Boom. So this actually was the beginning of it. It wasn't so much fire and violence and stuff. It was waste, basura, trash.
Ludovic has worked as a street cleaner in Paris for 6 years. He began on a garbage truck, now he's on foot. He loves his job, but he's been on strike on and off now for a week.
I love these little additions that YouTube has made. Al Jazeera is funded in whole or in part by the Qatari government. Thank you. I now know their bias. Just a little bit.
He's protesting against the French government's plan to raise the retirement age by 2 years under its proposed pension reform. Ludovic says people who do challenging jobs shouldn't be made to work longer.
2 more years is far too much, because this is a difficult job with repetitive gesture.
Why does this person have a French accent? Who's trying do they just naturally have that French accent, or did they add it on for the French guy? I'm so confused.
Because I use this all the time. I can barely move my hands and fingers in the morning.
Garbage workers and street cleaners in Paris have been on strike for more than a week, and it shows. The city council says thousands of tons of rubbish hasn't been collected.
There are overflowing bins like this nearly everywhere
Look at all
in
that
Paris.
rubbish.
And what garbage collectors hope is
This
that
was
the
8 days ago,
streets
by the way.
will help put pressure on the government to scrap their proposed reform.
So here, hold on. We will cover this more in a second, but I am going to take a small break. Just got to take a quick break. I will be right back. I'm not even going to stop the stream. I'm literally going to put up the BRB screen, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. But basically, France is on fire right now. This is right before the fire. It's literally on fire. Quite literally on fire.
Now, the French Prime Minister has...
Hold on. Quite literally
tear
on
gas
fire.
Launched in response.
And we're going to get into it. I promise. But I'll be right back. Paris is on fire. No, I did not end. Sorry. I know that usually comes on when I end. Paris is on fire. Paris is on fire. That's where we left it. I'm back. Sorry, I had to deal with something real quick, but here I am. I'm back. Paris is on fire. It's literally on fire. Quite literally. That's why it's in the title. That's why I put it there. The Bordeaux town hall was literally set on fire during the protests. France is furious, as we're going to take a look at later. But Al Jazeera did a pretty good job of covering it. So basically, yeah, you can show me a deepfake with Tucker Carlson. I'm down for that. But at the end of the stream. Not right now. Anyways. Anyways. The point is that France was basically losing its mind. And part of the reason why they're losing their mind is because they're saying the people that are working the hardest jobs, the people that are making the least amount of money, are the ones that are going to be the hardest hit by this retirement change. Okay? Yeah. But my point here is... yeah. Anyways, my point here is that when it comes to these really, really low-paying, high-intensity jobs, it's a little harder to justify these, extensions on them. Because, again, when you're working the really hard jobs, you are paying it not just with your time, but with your actual health at a certain point, right? Like, having to haul heavy bags all day might be fine for a 20-year-old, but once you start hitting, 55, 60, that starts getting to be a grueling task. You can try to maintain your health and get there, but some of these stressful jobs just don't give that kind of opportunity, and people are pissed about it. Now, this is over 2 years, but it's also been about a whole bunch of other work-related complaints. Not having enough power in their negotiations, a whole bunch of work-related problems. But France is
President
burning,
Emmanuel Macron
literally
says
burning.
the reform is necessary because the pension system is too complex and costly. Workers on this picket line at the city's biggest garbage incinerator say the changes will affect poorer people the most. Frederic's cleaned Paris's sewers for more than 2 decades. He works underground with heavy equipment in conditions that are hot, humid and polluted.
A study was done that shows the life expectancy of garbage and sewage workers is 12 to 17 years less than for other people. But the government still wants us to work longer, which is unfair. I invite the French president to spend a day working in the sewers, which I imagine will be very different than sitting at his desk in the Elysee.
Macron's government doesn't have a parliamentary majority, so it's trying to win support for its reform from some opposition MPs, but it's not easy. The bill's unpopular with many lawmakers.
Yeah, so it was so unpopular with the lawmakers that they actually tried to have a no confidence vote. All right. Actually, it wasn't even just that. Literally, Macron actually pushed forward this deal basically on his own. Right.
Anger in the streets of Paris. After French President Emmanuel Macron's government survived a crucial and close no-confidence vote in Parliament.
La majorité requise n'étant pas atteinte, la motion de censure n'est pas adoptée.
Making his signature pension plan, which increases the retirement age for most workers from 62 to 64, law.
Look at that!
Reigniting the...
And Leviticus, to your point, yes, peaceful protests have fires too. I'm not saying that everybody there caused the fire, but the people that caused the fire should get in trouble.
Fury of protesters who have set fires and clashed with police for more than a week. Macron used what French lawmakers call the nuclear option, a constitutional maneuver allowing him to force through a bill without a full parliamentary vote. Opposition lawmakers expressing their frustration.
Depuis ce jeudi et le passage en force avec le 49.3 ne s'arrêteront pas parce que cette motion de censure.
This is so dope. I didn't realize that they did this little sash thing. Sorry, this is my first time really taking a look at French politics. I didn't realize they did this little sash thing. I love it. It's the French flag. Just as a sash. Love that shit. Anyways, look, he literally bypassed all of Congress to pass this shit through. And I know what he's saying. It's not gonna be sustainable to pay the thing, the flag thing. It's just a French thing. All right, I mean, still dope, like actually dope. I don't think it would work for all the flags either, but still dope. I like the way they did that. That's awesome. We've got like little pins, but that's so much cooler. Look, the point is, they said that this wasn't. They said this isn't gonna continue if they don't extend it. I agree with that. There's got to be some changes made. Últimamente en país, según los policías deciden poner las armas. Oh, wow, the police are giving up? Oh my god. Yeah, even the cops are done. Sorry, should I translate this for you guys? Oh. Last minute in Paris, some police officers decided to lay down their arms and support the protesters. Yeah. Oh shit. That's incredible. That is incredible. Thanks for that. This is a great link. Oh my god. Yeah, those cops are like, I guess I still have to do my job. Kind of. Look, again, they're there to minimize property damage. They're there to minimize life damage, but really it's property damage. They're there to minimize property damage as much as they can. It's like January 6th were more peaceful, and if French people came with Macron's body face to face, they wouldn't kill him like they did on January 6th. I don't know that. I don't know that for sure, actually. You know? Because while we can see this part, this looks great. And again, this is the same thing we were saying with January 6th. You can pick little pieces, and this looks great. But, you know, again, this kind of solidarity is because everybody just got forced to work 2 more years. And it's a everybody kind of thing. Those cops are affected by it just as much as everybody else is. You know, when it was January 6th, it was like this group really got screwed over, but I guess everybody else is fine. You know, here everybody got screwed. The entire country just got forced into 2 more years of labor. And look, here's the thing. Some people were obviously going to work past 62. Even people here sometimes like semi-retire but don't retire. Well, I guess what they're saying is the people most affected are the people that work the hardest in terms of like physical labor, because again, it's one of the ones that get paid the least, and so they don't have the opportunity to kick in retirement without retiring. You know, like there's this whole fad going around of FIRE, which is financial independence, retire early. The dream, right? Being able to essentially be so well off financially that you could, you know, say, I don't want to participate in this, you know, job, or I'm not going to do this thing. I'm going to look for another opportunity. Great. Being able to retire early while also maintaining your financial independence, basically making some sort of an income stream that will support you to the end of your life before the official retirement age, the dream. But most people wouldn't be able to achieve more than a couple years before that. And what they're saying is most of us probably won't even be able to retire at the age that you're saying. Paris, France is becoming more and more unaffordable, just like most of Europe, just like most of America too, Canada, everywhere. Everywhere is becoming unaffordable, right? These people are working their asses off to afford to live where they are. Okay? They're working as hard as they can to make this happen. But they just can't make enough. So they will probably hit the retirement age, and at that retirement age, they will start to receive a supplementary income, and then they will try to possibly retire at that age, or some of them will more than likely end up working through that retirement and just using that additional income to basically continue to survive. Like, we see it here in the United States all the time. We see it there too. I love this though. This is great.
A été si petitement battu à 9 petites voix. Rien n'a été réglé dans le pays et le pays continue à s'enfoncer dans une crise politique que Macron a lui-même créée.
Macron was being squeezed by both a coalition of centrist and left-wing parties and also the far-right National Rally. Both debated no confidence motions to defeat his...
Listen to that. The leftists and the far right somehow got together and said, this is shit.
Signature pension plan and dissolve his cabinet. The new plan chipping away at a cornerstone of the French social pact and inciting the most intense political upheaval since his re-election last year. Upset protesters vowing to continue their impassioned demonstration.
We've got a president that says definitely deaf to what the French people says to him.
Earlier today, a waste plant in a Paris suburb was brought to a standstill. Workers and union leaders pleading with the president to withdraw the plan.
Une très large majorité est contre sa régression sociale, là, cette réforme des retraites.
Sorry, I just realized you guys also don't speak French. So I think you guys can read the subtitles now. But what they're saying is that basically we know what we're talking about. We are the population. Like, we are the ones that choose. The government is our employee. They have that idea. And yeah, and Macron is famously known for being like a globalist and also one of those like really well-off people that has really benefited from, you know, this whole like ultra capitalist kind of society that we've made where like certain people just get propped up to be the best of society because they have the most money in society. You know, I get it. Maybe through his own merit, maybe not. But you can't disassociate him with that kind of group. Like, he was buddy with Obama. He was buddy with the former Prime Minister of the UK. What was his name? The guy that got stuck in the Panama Papers. If you guys know who I'm talking about, like, go ahead, shout it out. But there's been like 6 prime ministers in the last like 3 years. So good luck. But he's been friends with most of them. Maybe not Boris. But yeah, you know, he tolerated him. But the point is, like, people want more focus on labor, the Labor Party. I don't know if there is a Labor Party here, but the people, you know, the working class people, the people that are spending their lives, literally using their lives as capital in this society. Because these people will not ever physically recover from the work they do. None of the people that do like hard manual labor ever really fully physically recover from the work they do. Okay, some people just end up with a little kind of like an ache here and there. Some people end up with a little limp, but everybody that does these hard manual labor jobs leave damaged by them. Okay, and it's just a matter of wear and tear, the constant use of your youth, of your time, of your life up in these kinds of jobs. And yeah, you could say like, well, they should learn more and find a less stressful job or whatever. And I'm sure some of them are trying to, but it's not such a simple one-to-one equation. Like, you can't just math it out for these people. So telling them that they have to wait an extra 2 years to receive a government assistance that would possibly guarantee them some kind of relief in terms of these, you know, basically like they expended their youth, they expended their life, their health in some cases to be able to retire at 62, and 64 just seems too far. Now, I don't know. Again, this might not be something that everybody agrees with. It's kind of an arbitrary line. You know, where do you draw that line? Is 62 good? Is 64 better? But the point is that this is something that they should decide as a people or as a government, not as a French president signing an executive order. Like, we would lose our minds if Biden just suddenly passed some shit like that. Like, if Biden just sat down one day and was like, and as of today, children in the age of 13 can start working anytime they want without parental supervision. We'd lose our minds. And he'd say, well, you know, there's just not enough youth to support the Social Security system, so we got to get them in earlier and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, like, if a president just unilaterally decided that for us, we would lose our minds. And to say that these people are unjust for literally facing that situation and deciding that they weren't going to take it. It's insane. I was watching something about hold on, this is going to turn to labor, how they have to strike, unionize, stuff like that. And one of the big things that happens to these unions is they have to choose to sometimes break the law, right? There's not a lot of difference between states. Some states will offer you additional packages, but that's very rare. It's usually just benefits. But the point is, they're making a choice here. These parties, these laborers are making a choice, and their choice is: do we continue to do what we've always done and just suck it up and take it, or do we decide that enough is enough? And at what point do you choose to do the illegal thing for the correct thing? So we talked about the trains that derailed here, and the whole strike. We even talked about how Biden totally chose to do the worst part of his presidency right after the elections. He literally decided that the striking railroaders just had no merit to their argument, and they should, and they should be forced back to work without really getting most of what they were talking about. The railroad workers had a choice, and the choice was: do we strike, knowing that it is now illegal because the president himself has made it his priority to make sure that we are back at work, or do we just suck it up and go? Right? They had a choice. They could have continued to strike while breaking the law, or they could have gone back to work. And they chose to go back to work because, again, who wants to go to jail? Right? And I do need that money. I need to work. I've been striking for a while. I'm going to do it. But in doing so, we sacrificed all their demands. Well, not all their demands, but the important ones, which eventually led to, 2 or 3 trade arrangements, chemicals all over the place. You know what happened to those chemicals, by the way? Hold on. I know what happened to those chemicals because I found out. I went and looked it up. I found out what happened in East Palestine. And it's exactly what you think it is.
Newly released data shows that in East Palestine, Ohio, where a Norfolk Southern train carrying hazardous materials derailed, contains dioxin levels that is hundreds of times above levels that the EPA says causes cancer. Okay. Now, there's an issue here because apparently when it comes to the threshold of what is deemed acceptable dioxin levels by the federal government is far higher than what it should be. And when you look at certain states, they actually have much stronger regulations that ensure that.
Yeah, so again, the federal government puts their standard, and their standard is the lowest common denominator. It's supposed to fit everybody, no matter how crazy you are, right? And so here what she's saying is that the government set this standard, which is much higher than it should be. Most states set this standard, and we are through my fucking ceiling. We're literally in the stratosphere with how many toxins there are.
The levels of dioxin are much lower. We're going to get into that disconnect between federal government regulations and what some states are doing.
Nope, because if I get into this too much, then the copyright issues. And again, Young Turks, check them out. They're cool. It's on YouTube, whatever. But people are complaining of
push for answers affecting you.
I mean, it's horrible.
It's been more than a month since a Norfolk Southern train derailed in East Palestine, dumping more than 1 million gallons of hazardous chemicals.
We just want them to do something about it.
I first talked to Courtney Miller last month. She showed the chemicals that were floating in the creek behind her home. A month later,
my eyes are like swollen and I keep rubbing them. There's always like gunky stuff in them. They're sore. It's hard to breathe sometimes. Like my voice keeps going in and out.
This person's dying. They're dying right in front of us. It's terrible. This is terrible. It's not funny. But like this is what happened. This is what we allowed to happen because we didn't listen to the workers. We are a society that likes to, and you can see it in the mass media too, like CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, everybody. They don't give a shit. They will, and then later they'll turn around and be like, "Oh, if only we'd listened to the workers." Oh no. But their coverage on this was basically like, "Oh, those workers are really stalling everything for Christmas. Looks like you're not going to get your Christmases. You know, your Christmas present isn't going to be on time because these selfish train workers just want a little more time to be able to inspect, you know, the train carriages and shit. Oh no. And they want sick days too? Oh gosh. Oh hell no. 7 sick days? Oh no. How could no, absolutely not. No, no, no. These selfish train workers sure do like to cause problems for you, don't they? And this woman's literally dying because of that shit. Because we didn't listen to them because we love our corporations so much that we'll just shut up any unions and tell them to, you know, just go suck a fat one. This sucks. But anyways, point is, France doesn't take that shit. And the entire country got hit, and the entire country said no. Maybe not the entire country, but a lot of them.
Echoes of the Yellow Vest movement, which forced the government to repeal a contested gas tax during his first term. Macron has described the cost-cutting measure as necessary for France's economy to remain competitive and aligned with its European partners. Opponents say there's no threat of bankrupting the pension system and other considerations should be made. The police have been successful.
And see, that's what we're saying. Other considerations should be made. Other things should be looked into. But the point here is we need something to fix it now. In an ideal world, we would have the solution, but we need something to fix it now. However, this can be a discussion. It doesn't need to be a unilateral order because this is what happens when you order that unilaterally. You know, literally, France is furious. Can we find the...
January at the very first and has carried out this reform, I think, has given the movement new life. It's why unions have called for another day of mobilization.
Yeah, okay, all right, cool, got it. Sorry, boom, boom.
There were clashes too in cities, including Lille, Strasbourg, Nantes, and Toulouse.
This is literally all of France, essentially.
Overnight, the Interior Minister visited police headquarters.
Since this morning, police have been the target of unacceptable attacks. 149 have been injured, some of them seriously. They've been hit with acid, Molotov cocktails, and cobblestone.
Labour protests are not uncommon in France, but what has irked huge swathes of this country this time is the way President Macron made his pension reforms.
64 years, Macron, you're past Lisbon. I don't know what Lisbon.
Forcing them through.
Oh, they said something about this is a shitty plan.
Without a vote, then appearing on television to double down.
I mean, it was seen by...
Hold on, I wanted to see his doubling down. That's what I thought this was. Macron doubles down. Can we, is that, yes. I'm so glad that worked.
Donc le compromis, il a été fait par le gouvernement.
The compromise was made by the government through these discussions. It was made with the parliament, but we must move forward because it is in the best interest of the nation. I tell you this responsibly. I'm not looking to be re-elected. I cannot constitutionally, but between the polls and the short term,
he's saying, hey, I'm not getting reelected, so I'm just going to do what I got to do.
In the general interest of the country, I choose the general interest of the country. And if unpopularity has to be taken on today, I will take it on.
French President.
However, as we learned from our own experience, when you put in a president and then you have them change things up, the next president just undoes it. Because it's a president. The next president will just come in and they'll just undo it. So, you know, but the point is, you don't just let the leader make the choice, because then that's when these things happen. This is nuts.
Defiant against protests over his decision.
Okay, all right, okay, that's all they're gonna show. That's fine. I don't mind. I'm not gonna check you out for the rest of Bloomberg News. Anyways, to wrap things up a little bit, because it is the end here. Gosh. All right. So we're going to talk about one last thing. Since we got into the class warfare and we got into all that, what's happening with Deutsche Bank? So, for those of you who weren't around for the last show, we were talking about Signature Bank, SVG, and how they all kind of went woke and died. No, not really. They spent recklessly and invested recklessly. And honestly, there's a Democrat in here who's really to blame in this, and you'd be surprised. And I really don't like the guy now, but you know, he's got a fuck you, I got mine kind of attitude. His name was Barney Frank, and he was actually part of the Frank Dodd Act, and then he came back and weakened it himself, and then after weakening it, took advantage of it. Blah 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 blah. We can get into all this. It's actually kind of interesting, but the point is, after those banks fell, another bank started to fall and actually had to be bought out. Its name is Credit Suisse. If anybody knows that bank, I know I've never had bank money with Credit Suisse, but I know that lots of rich people did. That's none of my business. But Credit Suisse went down. And now something's happening with Deutsche Bank. Are they not going to talk? All right, fine. Deutsche Bank's stocks plunged today, not Friday, as the market hones in on the German firm as the next major bank at risk. So for those of you who don't know, Credit Suisse was solved by... Holy sweet Jesus. Credit Suisse was solved by basically getting bought out by UBS, I believe, well, along with getting some money from the Swiss government to basically die peacefully. It was bought out by UBS, so it doesn't really exist anymore. That came almost directly tied to the SVG slash Signature Bank stuff. Deutsche Bank looks to be the next bank that's going to be on the cutting block for this. And so people are actually starting to pull money out, and this is just another bank run. This is getting wild. Every time that a bank starts to lose confidence, then everybody comes in for their money, and you find out, oops, it's not there. Oh, yeah, they talked about it right there. Funny. Dropped by 11%. If this was the case, why don't I just read the article? My gosh. Can't. You guys are going so slow. All right, fine. Here. Deutsche. I have to say it with my head longer. Frankfurt listed shares of Deutsche Bank dropped 7.5%, now down more than 25% since March 8th. Boy, so in a month they've dropped almost 25%. The collapse in share prices were still on edge, waiting for another domino to fall. Yeah, they're literally falling out. Shares of UBS, the Swiss bank, which rescued Credit Suisse on Sunday, fell 5%. HSBC and BNP Paribas all slipped 3% and 5%. The 5 largest U.S. banks each slid more than 1%. And shares of First Republic, yeah, the American bank most often floated as the next institution at risk, fell 5%. So at this point, the bank contagion is starting to spread. It's actually starting to spread. And it's moving from America to Europe, and then it will move back to America. But I don't know enough about finance to give you advice on this. What I would advise is, if you have money in the bank, just leave it there, because your government is probably backing it. And it's easier to get it back if you know where it is. Okay? And if you don't take it out, the contagion doesn't keep spreading. Because what this is a lack of faith in the banks actually having the money that they say they do. And when you go and you start pulling it out over and over and over again, you are actually just making it so that this system collapses even faster. Now, some might say that a system built like that might not really need to exist because it kind of seems like voodoo magic. To those people, I would say, welcome to the wild world of cryptocurrencies. Do not gamble, do not invest until it is stable. But that is the idea behind cryptocurrencies. They want to make it so that you would own the money would be physically attached to you in some way or another. It's still all very theoretical. All right. But the point here is that the only alternative we have to the banking system is essentially cryptocurrencies. And that might not be ready for us. Just putting that out there. Especially if you ever watch CoffeeZilla, which I just realized I'm not subscribed to on this. I'm going to subscribe right now. If you ever watch CoffeeZilla, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And the reason why I'm not giving financial advice right now is because of this video right here where a YouTuber got sued for, what is that, $1 billion? Yeah, YouTubers just got sued $1 billion for basically promoting a cryptocurrency exchange. It was a cryptocurrency exchange. They promoted it. They received money for it. People are saying that it's their fault. I would say that they are just giving advice how they can, and people miss things. But at the same time, it's their job to know these things. It's their job to advise you on money. It's not my job to advise you on money. It's their job. And it's not even really their job either. It's mostly entertainment. So don't trust me when it comes to money, but also the banking system is collapsing slowly. So be careful. Don't pull your money out. Wait for the government to bail you out like they do with the FDIC. And if you have a lot of money in a very, very big bank, be careful. I mean, more than $250,000. That's literally the limit. You cannot be insured past that. But apart from that, we're going to close it off with my thoughts on ChatGPT and maybe a deep fake, and then I'm out of here.
GPT is...
By the way, for those of you who don't know, this is Ray Dalio. Yeah, he's very rich. He's very wealthy. He's one of the wealthiest men in America. And he also has some thoughts on ChatGPT, and I just want to see what they are.
Is just the tip of the iceberg and how you're going to think. That you will increasingly go to your device and you're going to be following that device. You'll get better advice out of your device than your own thoughts. And you're going to see it happen in an enormous number of areas. For example, you know, it used to be that you needed to know something about math and arithmetic, and then you get a calculator. Then you evolve information. You used to have to remember things. Nowadays, you can so easily look up all history.
Sorry, he's got such a good point here. While I was studying chemical engineering, one of the things that they really focused in on was, instead of you memorizing all these formulas, you need to just be able to recognize them and know what they do. And the focus on that was much, much better than just memorizing it. Okay, because here's the thing. They brought the problems out. You were looking at your notes and you realized, I still don't know what to do. The problem's still fucking hard. And you know why it was hard? Because you hadn't taken the time to really properly learn, what does the equation mean? What does this, like, what do I use this for? And so what he's saying is that ChatGPT is going to take that even further, because nowadays, again, the reason why they trot us like that is because nowadays you can literally look up any kind of equation you want. If you guys are looking for a flow problem, Navier-Stokes, great equation. Just putting that out there. Scientist, Navier-Stokes, great equation. But if you don't know what it does, if you don't know what any of the symbols mean, then it's useless to you, right? What he's saying is they'll take it even a step further. And if you need a problem solved that requires the Navier-Stokes equation, you can actually just ask the question and it will figure out that you need that, and it'll even figure out what to plug into that, or at least what to ask you to plug into it. You know, like what's the density, what's the flow rate, what's the, I don't know, there's a lot of parts of this, but the point is, ChatGPT could take it a step further. AI could take it a step further.
Now you're going to more and more be able to say, what is the best thinking? Who is the best thinking? Where am I going to get the best thinking? What can be done? And you'll be following the instructions on your device. And I think that that's not a bad thing. This is a good thing in many ways because it elevates us. It's part of an evolutionary process in which technology is increasingly replacing parts of man. You know, the physical you. In the old days, the man physical labor mattered. More and more than machines replace that. And as we go and ascend to higher and higher levels of thinking that the brain increasingly is being able to use. And
here's the thing. I love this. I do. I love it. I wholeheartedly support this. In fact, I do plan on putting out more messages that basically revolve around the idea of how can you use tech to get your life to the highest potential it could be for the 21st century. The problem becomes access to that. And to his credit, to Ray Dalio's credit, he has nonprofits that focus on increasing access to technology for people in less profitable areas, poverty-stricken areas. Let's just be honest. So to his credit, he is trying to expand access to technology, and this is part of the reason why he really does truly believe this. And I actually have seen his nonprofit in action. I understand, but the problem is that more and more and more, this technology gets consolidated among the people with wealth, the people that have the opportunity to use it. I mean, ChatGPT, for instance, ChatGPT was free. It is now pay to use. I know that because I tried to get back on it the other day, and then boop, suddenly I had to make an account, and that account needed to be paid monthly. And you would get a certain number of questions every month. So again, it's already paywall. And they just keep paywalling these things more and more and more. So I agree with him. ChatGPT has the potential to essentially replace most of our more menial thoughts. You know, like there are things where you don't really need to think about it all the time, but you are because it just has to be on the forefront of your mind. Especially when it comes to work, you know, maybe you have to send a million emails out and all the emails say essentially similar things, but you got to make sure that they're catered to each person individually. AI can do that for you. You know, they're there to do things like that for you, to do the menial tasks that require very little of your brain power. You would not trust it with anything complicated, but they can take over those things so that you can focus on the things that are important. And that's what all technology is essentially for. It's to take away your involvement in it so that you can spend your time doing something else, freeing yourself up for something else.
And that raises you because you can then think about how do I think? What are the principles? So, for example, if you think about principles, and I think about this tool in the form of principles, you can go get the best principles from wherever they may come and consider them, and then also make your own principles. So I think all of this helps to elevate us, but it's going to change the dimension of the world that we're in.
So again, what he's saying is it will change how we do things, maybe not what we do though. And I agree. He's got a good point. Anyways, with that, we are going to find a quick deep fake to laugh at so that I can end on a funny note. Deep fake presidents? Or wait. I'll do Tucker Carlson because I did hear someone ask me for that. I think it was General. Hold on. Deep fake Tucker Carlson. Deep fake what? Oh, I didn't get to see any. All right, whatever. Fine. Let's do AI Tucker. Is that it? Never mind. I don't care anymore. I'll do AI presidents. I don't care. I didn't even want to find Tucker Carlson in the beginning. Find in the game. Find in the game. I've never played Overwatch 2. Fast food tier list? What is this? Great Pixar moms? Oh no. Yes. This is what I wanted. This is what I always wanted. This is what I've always wanted.
Okay, I'm just saying, guys, I should have won the election. I had it in the bag until this guy cheated.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay,
no.
pal, in your dreams.
I don't want to hear the word
Druggies?
dream come out of your mouth.
Don't look.
Y'all remember why I started Obamacare?
No.
Me neither.
You know when I was a teen, a bluebird used to fly over a rainbow and hang on a tree branch near a chatty fella?
That would totally be Joe High.
Hey, Joe,
Oh my
why don't
God.
you take another hit?
Donald, stop it.
Munchie's kicking in 7-Eleven, anyone?
Sure, that could be fire right now.
On with the
Yeah.
7-Eleven it is.
7-Eleven, guys.
Hey, let's
Oh
play
my
a
God, they
game.
walk.
Oh, I love games.
They're at Rutgers.
I know one. How about Truth or Truth?
Donald, isn't it called Truth or Dare?
Yeah, if you're a sissy, but fine. Truth or Dare, Joe?
How about dare?
Did you steal the election from me?
Are you daring me to steal it again?
Oh, God help me.
God only helps his favorites like me, Obama. You should know that.
I fucking love this. Who put this up? Oh my God. AI voices? Love it.
Hey, George.
What's up?
Check this out.
That was magnificent, Donald. Let me see if I can put these 2 bags up my butt, too.
Are you used to doing this?
Yep. Donald,
What
what about your slushy?
What slushy?
What slushy? God.
Donald, why is there crumpling coming from both of your asses? Did you even get anything while we were there?
I don't even know what you're talking about, Obama. Do you hear anything, George?
I don't hear a damn thing.
Yeah, see, George doesn't hear
I
anything.
love
Maybe
this.
you're
This is
delusional
great.
like our
Whoever
friend
did this
Joe
is
here.
amazing.
What's delusional again?
Hey, George, I can't get that chocolate bar out and it's melting.
Terrible. Oh, I fucking hate these people. All right. Well, anyways, that is our stream. That's our stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for stopping by. Again, like I always say, if you like this, follow, subscribe, do the thing, whatever the thing is. But before you go and say something nice to somebody. Go give them a hug. Go give them a kiss. Go give them whatever you need to do. But tell somebody that you care about them. Do it now. And if you don't do that, then do something for yourself. Do something nice for yourself. Take care of yourself. You deserve it. You do. So go do something good. Do something good for yourself. Do something good for others. Do good things. Be great. Come back next week. We're going to be doing this. We're also going to be doing the self-care stuff, and it's going to be awesome. So see you guys.